region na the umbiano yibetumi waso ate wani nso behunu wo ho senior pacho we analysis no
for now ye komra on say you move from 5 p.m. to very short time to say your number 8 p.m. Say a cha be having me feel say and she share now much mean whatever is delaying but me feel say be a delay bia wo bia no they should be able to tell Ghanaians say ebia we and our holding up ebia ye train nti bia o yetima quality 275 no ebia yenya bia 270 akase na yehu say somebody is talking to us. There should be a communication. It cannot just be a blank. Obia airchain, obia nim near airco, or how say very soon, very shortly, and shortly. Yeah, the idea. You create a vacuum that will lead to some kind of attention. And to me, say, most of my more the PR success, PR department, or more.
What's the PR department doing?
This is the moment we need more talking. We need more explanations. We need more figures. Sebea a bit more coolly amount for Yentimi can say, yet to us, yet ya train white. Ya train Jane, yes, sir. Jenna, ya train so about 10, over 11, over 12. Yenim
So about 100.
Say,
no, so over 100 o'clock crying.
Yenim and
very short.
Very short in the air.
Short, very
Coming soon.
Jesus can say, he know about very soon. Your 2020 years. In the other day, very soon in the winter
time.
Yes, in Yamen so far walk on 2010.
You don't win in Nadia.
Now, over wow, it was higher.
I want to want to
Sami Ewo Tamale Deputy for the friend Chairman General. Chairman morning. Sorry, good evening.
Good evening, Captain.
Na Bibia Ebokode. All right. Tamale to say
much like I said, probably like the first, how are you doing, Summit, in a few minutes ago, and you're going to no, the motor, every reckless, only the silencer to makeless, proclaiming victory for their various parties, to signal, say, one more buying a winning, and party ever and so you could see that an area in the city. But at a point, after die off in the fire, because I'm informing in our the youth bracket, and I told about those year more than the phone. The phone will be for the beer, the city Nankasa, I would be. Also, would be no one say, about your caution, say, echo of favor. And then come favor. And a phone so I will say a banner and also the crowd also noise maybe. And so the almost a meeting a day for the trend in ever on the radio and TV was Yama air customer say Yama a woman party in the winning. It's the day or men or Kojima. It's so the trouble has been come security wise, because less a year in Jumapa. If it's there, you're walking up until now, you see the military police patrol, a crew, call the corner. Within the shortest possible time, you see no fair and no to make sure that there's calmness, there's that stability over your region. And that's like I said, if you are carrying one or two on the TV, no one with the radio, any on the phones, and whenever you see your air caution, air train, sir. Elected commissioner, Madam Jim Mensa, the Baba Banaga, okay, saying Ako, now, Yasha, send me a nipple to see at the show. Other durable. For now, Captain Ubishon, and this one, I say, a higher northern part of the country, I would do, and those that have been certain shocks in the certain areas, especially also one of the states now, that will be able to Sanka and between us, national and Somali Central. Because the former MP, the Ellis of Husseini, say so and a former legislator no every dinner or NDC dealing with for that seat. It will be a shame in the and which we have decided now. So since we go back to the NDC, and also your now a coalition center and now and I do see an area no and fana. You be here assume they buy which we are announcing here when we are the parliament. Okay, so quite apart from that, I think the voting and everything absolutely calm. The tempo is on the background. I expect the way we celebrate with our motions. I never did fight a calico. I got a signifying victory for our parties. And things Captain, the northern region is quiet, and I okay. We are sure. Although it's a shock, but
all right. Okay.
Easy.
Thank you so much for giving us an update from the northern region. And now to Hohoi. Now you Erama Obenewa. Era, good evening.
Good evening.
That's a say. You sound very tired. Abrene kom kafra uwi ape bibidi. Oh, kafra. Ye United Studio ha nyina penifo ha nyina ya bobo nkwakura so akomo de ntimi nsore. Ya empabo a me share no kwasi ada me nwuro ye. Chese Allahu akbar, Allahu akbar, Allahu akbar.
For God and country.
Mamitio, Bineba.
And you made the and say how I had the Bonibia. People are still in anticipation and very expectant. And we say a few minutes to 5 o'clock, no, and now euphoria no was a bit exciting because now Obia watching you must say Mammy Jane Mensa or the declaration and the FMWA MP elect the fear council name Potemoho and how the anatomy and Nigiano and no more cost if you nipa or baby party paraphernalia baby essence and Mufia in the or more cars is Siabon take up and say and some of the jubilation as and then we started seeing on television and so letters were in circulation on social media say yeah Mammy Jane Mensa say train so I can't much time no a call until say mobile quality figures now from regions maybe in a free honor by same media I say chroma edin kakra I know what to say boys maybe the motor ne car abefemu ba could be but so far ne dem so be as na kwahihye fia obi a watching you must say you better say be a easy kone conference room na or court national theatre na say na ya buchi akotena na be a TV ho na ya tete nti free ho ebe kone de na say kromo be ye de nti ho had the boni bia ni ha nti asemboni bia but there's a bit of calm for now and as obi anso watching you
Mamenda was era bibia se tre betonsa afrel Osei Kwadwo ewa homa no so all the way from Kumasi. Osei Kwadwo ma adwo
Captain Mejosuo
wabre kafra
Captain we hodo ne Ghana hodo
umende we mfie nan bia na to yen we ye we ya agi 2024 tonti ese oku hu bende
no cry captain no cry pa
when ya bibia didi
Captain me bedru fie nche nti no from asonase no ja obene dai ye twen se bibia be kwente duane mood de be 2 days ni ntimi ni di kese nti no ntimi ni duane bi mood
enye easy o se Kumasi mountain so to say
yo Captain oba Kumasi dia bibia ededin ofa mountain so a enam say issue to ye nti no traffic no ewo mountain so pa o hwe major roads no dia atim say traffic ewom na o hwe sene awia anwumi ye nya report say sisi no abetudwa say report eba ye no nye no kre say former president John Dramani Mahama afa phone ɛde afrɛ nanado ada abɔ n'aba so no saa tam a news no started ba mmɔnten no na ɛyɛ adeɛ sɛ nsuo no tu no nyinaa na amanfoɔ pii yɛ akyɛ sɛ wɔn akɔhyɛ ɛyɛ npp party ataadeɛ a kyɛ sɛ wɔn de yɛ wɔn adwene sɛ wɔn rekɔ mmɔnten so na wɔn akɔgye wɔn ani nanso later na wɔn nyaa sɛ saa report no ɛnyɛ nokorɛ na dodoɔ na ɛtumi agyae na ɛnam sɛ ɔba ashanti region because of ɛdɔ a amanfoɔ wɔn ma ɛyɛ npp no wohwɛ various constituencies a adeɛ sɛ npp wini yɛ te sɛ bi a soame bantama nhyiaeɛ so ne asokwa ɛnam ɔdɔ a party supporters ne wɔma party ne nti no sɛ mmerɛ wokɔ hɔ a amanfoɔ da so gyina mu a ɔmo agye ɔmo ani because of sɛ ɔmo parliamentary candidate no awini na ɛbɔ ɔbɛɛ nonum no na ɔmo nyinaa no agyaeɛ because na obiara tie asɛm a ɛyɛ Mensa electoral commission boss ɛba bɛka nanso no wofa mmɔnten deɛ ɛtumi sɛ kurom ayɛ din woyiyi baabi te sɛ bi a bantema ne soame a amanfoɔ gye ɔma ani di a apart from that
John Dramani, oh it's true Debbie Okase wakɔduru fie. He said it. Wakɔduru fie sesi a na aduane emu oduro kura no yɛde ama no but ontimi
ni
ɔboa
adentia
onimunu nada yi sɛ
boss ni
aduane emu oduro sɛ sesi a no ebi a onya
concrete okori ala
aduane
asphalt dabi o katerare ko na e ba nipa no se ɔno wo krom na ɔsɛ kodwa koduru fie o fie na ɔkate nipa ni krom enye sanity
dabi ɔsɛ kodwa ankasa nipa ni krom ɔsɛ ɔno ɔkɔ fie no na nipa ɛwɔ krom no nsuo no tɔ yɛ ne gyina ɔkɔ fie no ɛna nkra bi ba sɛ yɛsɛ John Mahama congratulated and na do na nkrofo hyɛ sɛ ɔmo jubilate ɛna ɔkɔ no na ɔsan te sɛ yɛaka sɛ ɛyɛ fake na nkrofo san ɔmo akyi
but aduane sɛm no de ɔboa ɔkɔ fie a minim ni definition of heavy food because ɔno on tampe banku efufu efie fufu so say opposite PFM hona enti hona odi fufu wani da obenye ska no say be so lebi ba ene fufu say oh yes na the house usrana oh what dey so la body o that you oh no ni so le ama e garan beans e wo nche mu
eno so ho ma ani ho
okay
depo kwan
radio men fio bia why
beba dia e ba e fie fufu e dia wo ko no sie ni
radio men fio bia
30 series
men fio bia but em so for kabio the tiene say
boss na eka
ensam apie say yes John Dramani Mahama afrena na ado no enye ha de free o na Kofi Adoma wo MPP headquarters
eno kwa no outside o
or outside ena obi kofa microphone wo baby MPP fa show money man no so stage so say
ena o
mate ena yen ye ka o kire no wo ho se da bi asem na ba ye no fake yenim say we are the biggest yenim say mo ana mutie yen ndc for mpanifo ni nyina ha no mutie wo ni baby akotie wo mo de nko mo jati ndc MPP mpanifo so aha no mutie wo mo de ni akro mo jati but the tie ne say nya yen ene ye ka asem no epie wo MPP headquarters
and anya no nko anso na pie wo ensem bebre na pie wo
that's right
MPP headquarters
na
ikwan amo no mo jubilate kwa na Kofi Adoma ebi so am say
na ya be
what is the source of their information indicating to them
that the Nanado has won. Entia omo jubilate no so omo de omo nim nia omo hu ne kaka ntia ense bebre and I happen wo MPP headquarters.
Efia Abrefa ewo Trouble constituency. Trouble. Whichever way there's a tro, there's a boo. I don't know. Me MP, but I had no better. I didn't know. Woo.
Yo, my son, now.
I don't know so.
Trouble consistency. 35 dollars in NPP 66,648. Presidential NPP 66,648. NDC 34,807. Boom 500.
Efia nyabotre na kwan.
Hello.
Wo kwan nyabotre.
Hello.
Efia wotemenka.
Hello.
Efia wotemenka.
Hello.
Hello, Efia. Efia antemenka. Yenyana Abaya.
Ye.
Makwaba.
Kwajo mamba.
Nso pitipiti ana.
Oh, Debbie. Nso gu ye de ne baby ameme fai me hu.
Yes, chese baby am be fa bia angel.
Oh, and because comments like that, as you people were saying, and common here, boy. Oh yeah. And it's not. And grown common.
Bruni Best is a child's play.
Miss Radia, and then know me, Miss Matra, da. Who can meka? One can meka. One can make a sawaka. I was not there. MPP headquarters, no me now. So you can't go and sit somewhere, sit on radio, insult me, say me accident, na me accident, me car say na me manya car for now, ni baby am yes can frame me.
But why no? Why? Mama ki come in channel.
My friend chief. Former chief of staff I catch him say Branton or Branton I catch him say what sorry.
Oh yeah, why?
You see it caused damage before Obeka said.
That be why he
already caused damage.
That be why?
Nim class damage and I caused that. And where I was a serious place.
Yeah.
The good thing is that because I had worked with the former family before. That's the only thing that saved me.
Senior,
what is that?
Senior, Accra dynamics no a bit different. Once a Kumasi
from him.
Once a Kumasi homes and houses are interconnected.
Yeah.
It will be say obi fie joso. Ba bebo modi abedu asanwase, ana odo bedu nhia so no. Ne nana wo fa. Ne maame a wo fa ase bi. Ne sister panin fie ni. Connected. Aha no the hot se kwaye. Ba ko for kasem kitwa bi fa wan hwe wonam kro mu saa na aye de wo.
Oh, and nam cry to say and nam cry edima.
Say upa make a statement on radio. Your uncle for our analyze. Said you see cancer with a MPP. Said you see. Said you. I'm saying you.
Oh, come. Yes, first can.
Sikamaya.
Fakwa man.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine this nonsense?
Yeah, my auntie say Kofi call MPP headquarters. Okwa na omo jubilate no and no be far microphone na nipa na announce here even for him to find who said it bra no mete say wo kana mete kem ye kwa NDC headquarters and no be announce say sa na esi na jubilation ne e koso na Kofi say mon check wo studio fama no and that was it. And me do NDC headquarters na me po mo kasa me say Mugabe enti me ben no kra later me ben am yin say na me nua Mugabe no say me nua ben Mugabe na ka say. So my first question was Sani atena no kra. Then say angel say and even that I said say any angel NPP headquarters. And or respond here. And to me say me born and say mkobi say something that was already rumored out.
I mean is that man na wo chihwe ma che Dr. Spiga Brown. Uwie no otiase sa.
Omo nyina otiase e no sere ye kra. Emma adeko ka baby say we obi like so inside the former president hono there obi anim say me na me nam say yes we consider. But uchro mu anu ati oh unya kasa we say oh you understand ti me sra mo a kom de mo a mo nam a mo pen krofo mo nim say bi o smeti we de ne din ye de ne din ko pe ono de ene o me kasa gai na no ye ntie ene o camp
2016 elections na ya abrefu all of a sudden you say Captain Smart NDC ni.
Yes, before I even ask that question, cry na about bonting. Emma issue statement. Before cry me fear na statement about bonting. So why I say
yes, say Captain Smart NDC ni. John Mahama ma me Land Cruiser. Me te hey. John Mahama asidan ama me te hey.
Yes, I branch and me cry me ungrateful la.
Na chama sina me ba. Sa Korea 2016.
Already be you cry me issue me na so.
All of a sudden.
Ate.
Yes, Smart MPP ni. Me ma sa ma me nka sa mo nchemu na mo ntem de bia mo ni musuba me ye fa be wo so a. Dia tia ne say.
We yan koma ise idi.
Yendi ba say kan kakra bi. Ko se wie mu nye.
Yes, and one problem.
Me hu ade na ye green na wo patimiti me ka cho say ye green. Me wu me mba me ka cho say ye green me fa ho. Because untimi nhwe me one nsu amenum kura ntimi nto ene be bia me dakura no untimi ntua ho hwe ka no abekire me de o sese wo menka ne bai
enya me na me kan mesere mu am
ya rafa be ka bia kire o ntino say yanka ya be kan chese aka yanka bibia bium yan fancy senior wa hanti ato ye boase ba o ke kan se hunu bia ba bi ne ye te be ke bia kire wo obi ani ho hwe bia okrum ha wo senior yan fan no to yanka no bium ba mo kan ye te be ke bia kire mo obi ani ho hwe bia okrum ha mo kra mo so mo ye guy ale trouble no fabra me yanko trouble
Sila say we town na kwa na eko 8:30 yade a ka ibesusu say nka electoral commission for any nkomo kakra because the silence no too pronounced. I mean the silence yade share eba
isi for ya no me
no but you see one
you shouldn't continue you shouldn't
because,
continue like that
2020 elections where isi a okache say the nema bia to na kwan so nema bia da yie a omo an beka 24 hours ya asemi eka e kire yen enti se bibi asia na se want men ni mo deadline so a communication no en say say yeba o de yeba ba na dia de na etwe wasan a ema kwamna ba da unya medru ye
and Kwame, in addition to Niawu Kane and the concerns that you and I have, and this is the electoral commissioner. This year's voter registration exercise, he had to do a total overhaul of the voters register.
Exactly.
No electoral commissioner has had the amount of money to do this kind of overhaul in our history before. Now, it was even in the public domain. Is far too much, far too much.
was that they are taking us to a certain digital level. And that platform now, yeah, a IT system be about to be smoother. It will be seamless. It will be less time spending at the voting centers. In fact, it is based upon then some doubted it somehow. We also did. I mean, I also had some amount of doubt in that, but. And the Electoral Commission actually has prepared to do that kind of declaration by 5 p.m. today.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What I say?
I
do. I mean,
yes, that's right.
But also, Drew, points to say so. Say, you need to tone down emotions.
Exactly.
Nipa we brave na sebio omako contest. Obi wo ho a say ultimate twineba. Now manity say the city or chita for bebre. I didn't be a close contest pa ABI kind of just see a bit meeting so be abba. And the abba na yan paying for a tujinakra. Any omo candidates be a dinko. Matter say Henry Lati or no a current lady to send ye Kofi Paludi a buy.
But on no friend.
Of wine.
Yes, your friend and
dear, why it here?
I know there's that one.
And to on it, wait, the Niano, a difference there.
But I mean, you can. I think say the political parties as stakeholders with their press conference, especially NDC, NPP, are doing what you are saying for the Electoral Commission, trying to let their supporters and everybody calm down, promising them victory or assuring them of a certain victory ahead when certain amount of votes are counted or police stations are gathered near there. And NDC is claiming say the results are more. In fact, it's putting them in a certain leader. They think that they are okay and victory will come to their side. MPP, per their headquarters, arrangement and preparations, and things are across. So then the PFA say they are also preparing to declare victory for their supporters. Now, who a political party follower? Now, party senior say victory is coming. Any idea? Obakoyan to trust him. Onye to trust him, onye basa sem, and this is telling their people say, menye basa, toboase, na nkunimdie no abaya de, obe wedi nkunim, oyededi.
Yeah.
Okontokwa, onkontokwa. But Aka Electoral Commission, diena, omudi baba baka homosom. This is also the referee speaking. Whatever is going on in the kitchen that you are cooking, we don't want to know. All we want to know is that there is food, palatable, that we are all eating and we are enjoying. Communication Electoral Commission who abano, trust me, we and I agree, say it has been so scanty. Even with the little one, it doesn't give direction, it doesn't give assurance. Say, enche ibema results no na ye train 275 constituency results. See I can say you 210 intaka ABA 65 constituencies.
Exactly.
It's in my time kakra. Those are the
information
here.
Eba no ho any a few signals na eba from various coalition centers no easy a chede but no kwan bi so wan hwa ye ntimi blame ne bebre trouble amasamai ye kind imprensa afi na bedu
but near kind of dano mehu near wo say ye 275 trouble amasamai maya and no just say 100 the krana untimi kan kire ye ntimi kan nya betimi about the same time
for no catch and say
yeah
the EC chair and all of them have agreed that the EC will not be giving majority of the coalition centers are doing recounting.
Was that not agreed by All the parties say before electoral commission will speak, they must have a certain amount of
no. One say
like 90%. Was that agreed by the parties?
As EC. Has to announce the presidential elections. Previous years' elections, no, EC ban no abeka parliamentary, no the presidential parliamentary. Na kana kosa oye SSA o declare no to say the we returning officer no so Kwame Dinkransem no we declare say he is the MP elect once and for all. So now that is why they said that they would not sit in the comfort of their office and say we are going to declare. No. We'll collate all of it. Find a public place, sit there, invite the general public. We put it in there. We are all seeing. You do it too. No Kwame Dinkransem could say. We are could say. So by the time the EC even herself says may announce, you know, I know, we are all aware.
Captain, let me give you the first paragraph of the Electoral Commission's communique as far as the declaration is concerned. The Electoral Commission informs the general public that.
But go ahead. But trouble after 3 times counting, MPP enya 66,648. First one by Nanka 58,000. And almost the woman just here. Almost unkind of you. Yes, unkind of you. Yes, unkind of you. 66,648. And I feel and this is 34,807. Almost unkind of toss from me and said, and this is to vote now cost by 2,000.
Wow.
Send a woman there 32. Aha, auntie. Gum. And so are appreciated by 61 votes.
Oh.
To Gum. Yeah, 561. Our trouble Amasamai. Parliamentary MPP 63,580. NDC 35,185. Kofi Adoma Wani the residents of the President of the Republic, who is also the candidate of the New Patriotic Party. Yanko na yenkotie. Kofi somo hama mena yentie ni hwede ekosunso e won na do danko akufado efie ho.
All right, Captain Sabre ye wo Nima residents wa ankasa said you hu machi no hu say ye Ghana Franca and Franca the office of the president. Na me no na esi podium no ho akase na beba na wa be ma ye ne address and asensem a owo de eka no obeka de akire ye Ghana for enti media for no nyina no obi a set up anxiously waiting say ye beti the president the babe ka de ache and actually there are some party faithfuls woman so ashe ye fita white woman te ye mensa benkum so woman nyina no etwen woman te mensa benkum so nyina no ye nipa yemfa ne se woman ye party achitafo womo etwen etie de omampani de ebetudwa to make us say nipa we inside what I can report is mu there wa unlike abonten a jubilation ekoso no oba inside her ayedin the obi ye NSA or the phone so womo eben TV enso ehwe TV na one headphones share womo tin so no womo monitor other networks. And over inside Hana, nothing really. Enya dia bibia ekoso asin an activity. Abonten mom na wo mo ebobodwom wo mo behurihuri but Hana den central for twen atwenyemu ene ye wo se eye pulpit ana se ye simachi ye bebie na omampani ede ne nsema babatudwa ansana yetumi afri ha inside ho na eye aswafo ne bi na wo mo work in na wo mo akwanam ho makwedin komo kakra na womo apie maye but na Sakasia VATB aba na nipa no afa akyire hɔ na ɔkɔ inside. Unfortunately, we are unable to identify nipa no say asumesi anansa or maintain, but wɔn fa akyire hɔ na wɔn ɛkɔ inside wɔn akɔtena se hɔ na wɔn asan apie. So wɔn ba na wɔn apie, wɔn ba na wɔn apie.
Na ɛna wote ne nka no sese so Eastern Region vote no any certified results no ahyɛ aseɛ kwame na wohwɛ book no ma Eastern Region how many constituencies sese 12 pɛ na abo hwade ne yio 12 pɛ ɛna aba 12 pɛ na aba 12. Eti yenko New Jabin North. Ejay Kwesi Boateng MPP and a winning sa seat no or the 21,151 and a winning sa seat no. Yanko so Jamai.
New Jabin North.
Yanko so
Jamai. Okay.
Okay. New Jabin North. Okay. But no nenko.
So say Yanko New Jabin North. The next say. Edin a obo ne Kwesi Boateng AJ ono na ejire mu ma NPP onya 20,379 2379. We are 2016 ne onya no that's it. Nia odi ho enya 8,736. That was a year about redu.
All right. So Jamai Honorable Thomas Ampemnyako NDC. Chama okay no. Your question Jamai no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
24,439.
Oh, okay. A very nice man. Noble man.
All right. Ekropon Honorable Ohineba Dokua Asiama Ajay Ekropon MPP awini 25,546 26,546.
I don't know
Ekropon.
Okay.
Achiase Kofi Ahinkra Mafo. That's one winning seat number MPP. Or the 14,796 and or the and winning year. Kofi Ahinkra Mafo.
Kofi Ahinkra Mafo 2016 and no call.
Sure.
A chance near Okoma NPP are winning Robert Kwesi Amwa or no winning with a vote of 14,659. 14,659. I know the winning.
Yanko Equiapem South.
Equiapem
South. Osei Bonsu Amoa. Osei Bonsu.
Obi Amoa.
Amoa. Or the 21,247. Also 21,247. Wawene ama NPP. Last year, no, I think so he won by 14,000.
14,049.
Yeah.
14,000. That's what Wapejem from 14 to 21.
That's right.
21?
21, yeah. 21.
Wow.
Yanko Akimoda, Honorable Alexander Akwesi Akwa.
Let's
check when his address.
Okay. Honorable Kojo Oponkroma addressing me
claiming that his party has gained what he describes as parliamentary majority. And then they go into some discussion about electing the speaker and a few other things, but that's a different conversation. But the point is that we have a presidential candidate, who is now publicly making the comment that his party has secured a parliamentary majority. He's also calling on his supporters to jubilate. We clearly understand that to be a dog whistle for people to get out on the streets. That is what is transpiring here. Number three, He's also making comments to undermine the work of state institutions, including the Electoral Commission and the military. And the government needs to respond to these at this particular moment. He's also making comments aimed at attacking the work of the Ghanaian media in this election, attacking your reportage and your analysis and other things that you are doing. And we think it's important that these matters are responded to right now, especially at this time in the election. And he's making false allegations that the military of the Republic of Ghana is involved in efforts to change results and subvert the will of the Ghanaian people. So we will speak specifically to some of these issues, and then we will take questions and respond to them. Now, first of all, the claim by candidate Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. That claim is false. Anybody who has followed Ghana's electoral process knows that there are returning officers at the 275 constituencies. That's different from the returning officer for the presidential election. These returning officers collate the results and make a formal declaration of who has won the constituency. The Ghanaian media is littered across all 275 constituencies and their collation centers. You are the ones who are reporting this election. If indeed anybody has gained 140 seats in parliament by now, you will know. Wouldn't you know? You will clearly know. So we do not think that, first of all, it lies in any candidate's mouth. Yes, we understand the political parties and their campaigns throw out numbers and explain where they are in their own coalition, etc. We've seen pictures from both sides and press tours. But a claim by Mr. Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. You, the media, are observing at all the 275 coalition centers across the country. And I'm sure you yourself can confirm, as at now, that they do not have a parliamentary majority. So it is important that at this point in time, this claim be shut down so that the Ghanaian public... who has won what. So please do not be deceived by any candidate, especially candidate Mahama at this point in time that his party has won parliamentary majority. That's item number one that we need to tell the people of Ghana and then to the national community about. This call has not been hidden because the Ghanaian people are discerning and can see through some of the games on election night that candidates play. But we think it must be categorically said that it is utterly irresponsible and it flies in the face of good conduct and even the peace pact that the candidates signed a few days ahead of the election. I want to show you the true nature of some of these candidates. The peace pact that the candidates signed, I think President Akufo-Addo, Mr. Mahama, I think there were other parties that got a rep or so to sign, witnessed by the Chief Justice of the Republic. It says that you acknowledge and you on after they have signed this peace pact, egging their supporters on to jubilate. And I'm explaining to you that nobody is a kid in this country. That is dog whistle for get out there and celebrate. They go on that they hereby commit themselves and supporters to continue to conduct their campaigns in a peaceful manner, that they undertake to accept the results of the election and concede to the winner accordingly. Then they commit to a number of things in it. After signing this, you now have candidate Mahama himself, not his campaign or his party. Those ones, you understand the party portion. But now you have the candidate himself asking his supporters that they have a right to jubilate. And like I've said to you, it's a dog whistle for asking them to do it. We want to, as a government of Ghana, strongly urge all candidates to desist from such conduct. It has the potential to raise tensions, to heighten anxiety, And most importantly, it will leave your supporters severely disappointed if and when an eventual loss is occasioned for you. And so we think that the responsible thing to do as a government at this point in time is to call it out and let the public know. Don't fall for that. Item number 3. As you are aware, Ghana has had about 8 successful elections since the 1992 Constitution was rolled out. The Electoral Commission has a proven track record of successfully conducting elections. This EC has come under a barrage of criticisms from this particular candidate. But as we can all attest, speaking to is the attack on the media. Again, if you listen to the candidate's commentary and the commentary by, I think, the General Secretary of his party immediately following afterwards, they are now attacking the Ghanaian media, that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. I'm sure you heard that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. Everybody knows that the media in Ghana, independent, experienced in observing elections at collation centers, does the simple exercise of bringing in the numbers and doing the analysis. And this election, let's commend the Ghanaian media. Many of you have invested in software that allows you to do interesting analysis, do comparisons, etc. You are beginning to notice, just like what the outgoing president of the US of A has been doing. Candidate Mahama is now suggesting that the numbers that the Ghanaian candidate Mahama is now suggesting that the numbers that the Ghanaian media are churning out and the collation that the Ghanaian media is beginning to do, which you are now in the business of churning out fake results. Everybody knows that the media in Ghana, independent, experienced in observing elections, you see a candidate begin collation centers, that's the simple exercise of bringing in the numbers and doing the analysis. And this election, let's commend the Ghanaian media. Many of you have invested in software that allows you to do interesting analysis. Consistently been attacking the media as being fake news, enemies of the people, etc., etc. We're beginning to observe a bit of it here. And we think it's important not to let it slide, but to draw your attention to this. Now, again, another claim is being introduced into the conversation, and it's important to draw the country's attention to it, that Mr. Mahama's party says that it has won majority of the regions, and therefore it can extrapolate that it ought to win the presidential election. For the avoidance of doubt, we need to remind everybody of what the rules of engagement are and what the facts are. The rules of engagement is in Article 63, Clause 3 of the Constitution 1992. And I'll read you just a little bit of it. It says, a person shall not be elected as the president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. It has absolutely nothing to do with the regions that make such a poll to have won. The constitutional provision of who wins a presidential election is in Article 63, Clause 3. Please take time and read it and educate the Ghanaian public. That if any candidate comes to tell you that he thinks that he has won a region which he thinks is big, therefore he should be the next president, or a collection of regions. Ghana's election is not an electoral college like what happens in the US. Ghana's election, in accordance with Article 63, Clause 3, is simple. You have to win 50% plus 1 of the votes for the presidential election. And so please, this misinformation or disinformation that is being introduced into the Ghanaian election as it goes on is important that we call it out so that the general public does not fall for it and begin to correlate that, oh, therefore, if this person wins X number of regions, then he should be declared president. No, there's an exercise for doing that, and that exercise, we understand, is being done by the Electoral Commission. In conclusion, the Electoral Commission has proven, I think over the last 8 elections, it has the capacity to do that which is doing. We want to urge the general Ghanaian population and all other stakeholders to remain calm, to remain vigilant, yes, and to follow the EC's processes and the updates that the EC will give us, and not be moved by comments now by a presidential candidate to do otherwise. And this is what we believe the government ought to put out at this stage in the election tonight. I'll do a quick summary in Chi, and then I will take your questions. If we're in church, I will say, and you are normally adofo. And you may, Yadamo, Sessa Monia Brenna, Moshia, and Wahasi. Namum, your friend Waha, and Sembe, Munumi, and Sabi. Mifia Sianomi Tremu said, the entire Menamijana Kasani said, many Minister of Information. But Abatwe, Mizunami, a candidate. Kasa make and yet parties and assembly maker. Ghana buying and a air Kasa, and a simi so said me, and I mean Kasa Magana buying. The entire you bring Ghana buying any or my needing common say, presidential candidates Nebako, Yura Mahama, Ababon Tinga Central Phone Shimbe, Don Bako Nifa, and Abe Don Bakuni. No, he can't be and seminal a buying Susun and your MPP party, a buying, and the entire midterm say there's a difference between me as candidate and me as Minister of Information for the Republic. Ghana buying Susun say, or say, you can't want to be, or say, or no party and your majority of parliament, or say, the supporters, Emfias and your money, and no Kasakwa, they all kinds of mountain single chrome, and your money they say, Omadin Kunim. Or say, EC no, katasumu mwaso asesa election results no. Na soldier for crown po kahubi. Na onim Ghana bako semo asanse mwe se isabi yentoto na se ensemo a wotepe se yetu ehwana mo. Na say na Ghana buying esi wasanse mwe ho. Die di kan say presidential candidate bi anase Yewura Mahama ese ni party a winning parliamentary majority a. Pacho ye mogo sabre. The entire mogo ni say Ghana parliamentary elections, your returning officers were 275 collation centers. More central phone na more 275 collation centers. Obi obedin kunimbi ha more and more deuru anabeboa. And it says abre so be a winning parliamentary majority 140 a. Senka by now more kind ama yen nyina yate. Mumpo a more 275 obi de otifi on de hu e ba more 275 collation centers no. Mo krampo mu hu yen kan. Ti say candidate bi ba be kasa sinihu e mogo. Etosumi no kasakwa na ode man chita for say omuntin sikrum enye dede nyi omani no se ukan peace pact na anu ya omukọ sign wo na Kempinski na moving pick Yewura Mahama omampani Akufo-Addo the chief justice omyina de omsabe sha ase ese sabre ya ye kwa akoto abeya na se abato brese eniyembe bia wa chita for krampo ya ebetumi di oye ni aba no ukrampo no wodo nsa shekrata ase se ubetu omfo ahwema omate asan mo manye sade se se de Yewura Mahama na one ne mpanimfo ehye omachitafo kutupa se omonti insikum de ye den se omukan ye so de wani hwe kruma obi anhye den ne akire ye boga na fo abaso nemom e wo se ye bom kokko se sabre a yisi mpanimfo ke ko mo ne ma bom no so obi petu be katire candidate petu be katire se tisi krom ye ye a emu ayuram kakra isa anse ebetumi e detention akosoro yeti asese campaigns mienu na woman na we afre central for na we afre central for no bi aka na sem na sa fi candidate na nkasa be kasa no anase ntinka we okan na nka o mampani Akufo-Addo anase obi fufuro so candidate ne kasa e detention e be kosoro ebi o de ya wo ho krampo ni se sa wo ya wo supporters say na be ba no wadi nkugu a o makoma bete eno eyade a ye bokoko etwe obi adwen eba begina so se obeka ya Ghana ya to ababeye mpren wotwe since ayeba 1992 democratic dispensation yimu isi wa kire se onim nadwuma ye parties to mini nya asemba wa kire se onim nadwuma ye but se adwuma yi ekoso sabre yedu ni mpempensuo yi na candidate ankasa etutu bi mani isi no suggest okay can something say isi person dani figures no na soldier for crack ho ne ade no e ade wo say yetudin yetumre kire si no obi a hu say enya asempa wo say obi a edi akire ebio se okaseti agania media say mo se entro na moody figures na mo bobo na entro na moody Ghana about to yedi yekire ache media imu na mo ba bia mutumi hwehwem na mutumi ebeka so ya kan wo polling station we di nkunim we di nkugo na mo akeka abom afie we kra de matoto computers ni software ye hwe twi ni brofo a mugina ho na mo point trotro wo so kire se modwuma na kɔ nanim afa mo na Yewura Mahama kire se de amoka na nya nokore ye pese obi ate ase se saa suban we eti se US man penny Yera Trump obedin kugu no afi ɔsi sɛntrɔfoɔ no ɔmo na ɔmo tan ɔman no ɔmo na ɔmo yɛ fake media ne nkeka wɔn adeɛ ti obi ama n'ani na hɔ na saa nsɛm na Yera Mahama ne ne campaign ɛka fa sɛntrɔfoɔ ho no sɛntrɔfoɔ mo abɔ mo ho mɔden saa election wei si bɔ ne ɛwɔ sɛ ɛbɔ mo aba so na ɛnyɛ sɛ ɛtwe mo aboɔ so ansa na maame nka biribi nfa saa allegations about the media about the military Yera Mahama wɔyɛ Ghana man panin da a former Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the immediate past Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Onona sabre ochi Ghana bambo for annual form. Ona sabre oki kan sem so omuna omugina collation centers ebo ama ewiem enye no kreba kokrada. Ye nyina enim nhihye ne mra eda election. Ukofa ballot boxer. Police for na soldier for wo ho kwan say Omudi, their protocol a friend, the minimum amount of force, and I said the requisite amount of force, estopo. It is Obia Kofa ballot box. Now, Oma Bonitu, and now Obimu Air Taki Collation Center. Now, say police for any soldier for, I prevent them from getting there. Makwansa Obeko Jina, say candidate, Nankasa Air press conference, military, any bambo for Naboso. A idea dangerous. It's said, dear baby, I'm not boy who ebi o say ebomo koko ansa na de twato Yera Mahama ne party kan asem bi say omo susu say omo wini regions be ahenom kan 10 regions enti omo susu omo wini 10 regions e wo say omo wini presidential no by the way presidential no omo ntumi nka ho asem so far omo kan no de atete but omo start introducing common say omo susu say omo wini 10 regions enti e wo say omo wini presidential no. So what kind Ghana Mrakuni Constitution, Article 63, Clause 3. Can the PFA says, so person do man penia. Also winning 50% plus 1 of presidential votes and your regions. Mr. Ghana election and your US your friend say electoral college there I say region way call say into say and I say the number of votes. In fact, I parliamentary votes calculating in here. AWM said TV network back, more calculative parliamentary votes abanyina, and most party projected say, Omampeni party no MPP would have won about 53.8% of the parliamentary votes, even though parliamentary seats. But enuntina ushe no abon say parliamentary votes no, ubehu senia numbers no akweni. It is obi be catch out say, osusu we winning regions 10 into yamfa presidency ni mana. Mr. Hussein said who enya no crack. Enya no kreba akokrada tie wo se yetumi eka ho asema obia ete ne ho ase ye be sre Ghana fo nyina se ne ya di ehuni dodo na di omhuni no ye nkoso nye ne saa isi be ye omadwuma omo wi ade ombeka no e wo se candidate bia titiri wa odo nsa ko share krata we ase no e wo se udi so se oman papa me na say Manuato we'll take your questions. Where's the other microphone? We'll take your questions and then quickly respond to them. I wish I could speak another language, but I'm not good in Hausa. All I can say is, Yayade, Lafialo. That's all I can say. So if you have questions, I'm happy to take your questions. Any question in English or in Twi, I'm happy to take them. Yes, madam.
Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Patron the Amadinfa, Liejma Atenka Media Village.
Yeah, ma.
Patron said you need the elections lately, NPP headquarters near Oho, bare 2 hours ago. Anna in Penifona or Honum Barco, a microphone. I can't say, Nanado Danko Kufado in your call, John Dramani Mahama, and a friend or congratulating.
Penny Benny can't say
seriously speaking, menim penny din. And then penny phony be. But more honey been a coffee microphone.
Party supporter be coffee microphone.
Supporter. I don't know who the person is, but that announcement nearby in Tusha, Mampinida John Dramani Mahama, Abra Okasan. That was the first thing. Okay, say on field BI, on concede BBI. Into Bachoni Busa say, even though you are speaking as government and as political party, you are responding to some of the things that John Dramani Mahama said. Then soon you bet me a catch Amanyoko Hodrone Chita for him to say the way almost say months no or making sure say they are prepared and they know what they are saying so they are
Matthias, first of all, many say MPP kuo no and yenim ni Kasama campaign no Me and my former boss, Yura Hamid, on a Kasama campaign, me ni say wa kasa asem no. MPP pani bi ankansa. Nti say what say MPP supporter bi akofo Michael Baby aka say Yura Mahama friend na Akufo-Addo. Mesra also say me nua Centroni na bia why cause kakra bi sem say no kra na say enye no kra. Na yetumi de eno aye juma. Then ebe me wan so say and me sure say Yura Mahama kra be ka say the ntia our press conference is because obi epk Mike wo MPP headquarters ka say yes we frɛ Omampani me sure they are me say say candidates be mienu but Yewura Mahama nka ho bi candidates be mienu na mate say o ma frɛ Omampani but yen as a ban yen ka sa MPP campaign so enka santi pacho otie no a eye mogo process ne koso na EC be na juma. Pacho, is there any other question? Yes sir. You can shout your question from there, don't worry. Okay. Kesben, some more reporters across the country. What are your reporters telling you? It is a candidate we were now because on 140. I can't try MPP 4 year on press conference. So I'm going to call on data center, could be on computer, until then, can be any baby on data center. I'm the Moko could be a suture. This will be the Nano because, yea, Mania 140, Sabi, Munim Babia results no returning officers no declare one 10 day Mogu. Pacho Obi was in Bisafrana. Then I'll make a last comment. This claim that when somebody votes presidential, he votes the same way parliamentary. First of all, there is evidence to the effect that it is not true. There are a number of constituencies in which people voted skirt and blouse. I think Akwetia is one. I understand Winchi is another constituency. Hoho is another constituency where the MPP candidate won, but the president did not win. So there's no correlation between somebody's vote for a parliamentary candidate and that of a presidential candidate. If it's coincidental, the candidates can thank God. But there's no correlation between the two. And there's evidence that there are constituencies that vote skirt and blouse. So it is important to let you know that if anybody starts throwing this into the air, it is something you must educate your audiences about. Say, because evidence naturally say in many other or in a good number of constituencies that wasn't the case. So colleagues, are we done? It's going to be a long night as we suspect it will be. I won't take too much of your time. I want to thank you for coming even at short notice. Thank you so much.
Pandai, we won. Wulensi, we won. Saboba, we won. Savelugu, we won. Bear in mind that these first 4 constituencies that I've mentioned was originally held by the MPP. So these are flipped constituencies. Tamale Central, we won. Kumbungu, we won. Sagnerugu, we won. Tamale North, we won. And Tamale South, we won. That is the seats that we are holding in the northern region. Now in the Upper East region. The Upper East region has 15 constituencies. We won supermassively, garnering 14 seats out of the 15. This, we believe, is monumental, and it tells a story. China Paga, we won. It's a flipped constituency. Navrongo, we won. It's a flipped constituency. Busa South, we won. Busa North, we won. Bongo, we won. Bolga Central, we won. Bolga East, we won. Nabdam, we won. Garu, beyond all the challenges, we won supermassively. Timpani, we won. The Deputy Attorney General, Minister for Attorney General and Justice has fallen. Penka, he's falling very flat at Timpani. So Timpani, we won. Pusiga, we won. To 139 seats. As we all know, Tachiman South, which we originally won, they have sent military men. They have threatened the EC officer. Here, two are dead. 7 are in critical conditions, which means that they shot even more than 3 people. They created chaos. They at gunpoint, they had and no matter to what get the electoral commission, to get the writing and the mandate of the people of Tachiman South to be respected by the electoral commission, we are going to do that. They have since done same in Takwa constituency. Takwa Swayemu is a constituency we know we won. We won supermassively. All pink sheets were available. Only for us to wake up, they have sent military men and policemen at gunpoint, threatened the returning officer, and he has declared them winners of that constituency. They recounted the constituency 5 times. And I'm sure most of you are very abreast with the laws of election. If you want any recount, you can do any number of recount at the polling station level. If at a point the officer, the presiding officer, decides that he can't count anymore, he will make you fill a form which will be attached to the box. Then when it gets to the collation center, it will be counted. So the law stipulates clearly that at the collation center, you do not do any counting of ballot papers. But we have the case whereby with the use of brute force, the NDC was winning. Until finally they did another counting and there was magic. Ballot papers came from nowhere. And the MPP have won that constituency. We are making this point clear that we are not accepting that results in Takwa and Swayem constituency, because for the first time, the people of Takwa and Swayem have spoken, and they've spoken very loud on behalf of the NDC, and they gave that seat to us. So we are going to pursue every means possible to make sure that the true will of the people of Takwa and Swayem prevails. Having said that, it is clear that the NDC has won majority seats in parliament. And we are all well good to form a majority side of parliament with a speaker, and with a majority leader. Ladies and gentlemen, you are asking about Upper West, OT and water. In fact, OT, we won 100%. All the 9 constituencies, all the 8 constituencies, we won everything. OT was 100%. Then Upper West, out of the 11 seats, we won 9 out of the 11. Is it 9 or 8? 8 out of the 11. So that tells you the strength. The support that the people of this country has given to the NDC in this all-important election. As we said, we were on a rescue mission. And this rescue mission runs at the core of the survival of the very existence of our own beings. And for that matter, that is why everybody got involved in this election, voted supermassively for President John Dramani Mahama and our members, the media, for the support that you gave us. In delivering this most successful campaign and most successful and sweet victory in the 2020 elections. We are very gratified by the support. We are gratified by the vigilance that our people continue to exhibit on the field. But let me make the point very clear. It is not over until it is over. It is not over until we compel Jean Mensa and the Electoral Commission to let the true will of the people prevail. So whilst at it, it is important that as they've started mobilizing state security and off-state security to threaten returning officers, to threaten EC officials, to get them to change results, we must show them that the power of the people has always reigned supreme. And for that matter, no amount of guns, no amount of weapons, no amount of intimidation, no amount of order from above will prevail beyond the power of the people. And the only way, ladies and gentlemen, that we can exemplify the power of the people is to mass up in our numbers, in our multitudes, at the coalition centers where they are finalizing the coalition, whether regional level, constituency level, or national level. We would open our eyes, we would increase our lenses of vigilance, we would follow through. Already, we have caught them. They have tried to smuggle some unusual pink sheets into the coalition center at the National Coalition Center. And our agents there have exposed them. We shall continue to be vigilant. We shall ensure that the true will of the people will prevail. We shall resist in no uncertain terms and without equivocation any attempt by the President Akufo-Addo government to suppress the will of the people, to subvert the will of the people, to steal the mandate of the people with criminal collusion with the EC. Let me repeat. We shall resist. In no uncertain terms, we shall resist. I'm stating without equivocation that we shall resist any attempt by the Electoral Commission and President Akufo-Addo to steal the mandate of the people. Whilst at it, let me use the opportunity to call on the outgoing President Akufo-Addo, to, as a matter of importance and urgency, concede defeat that he has lost the 2020 general elections. Let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to, as a matter of urgency and importance, call on the outgoing President President William Akufo-Addo to concede defeat in the interest of our sovereignty, in the interest of the sanctity of our democracy, in the interest of the very people that he claimed he wants to fight for. He must concede defeat, and it's very important. Let me also use the opportunity to call on all international observers. Let's call on all religious leaders. Let's call on all traditional leaders. Let's call on all development partners and our friends in the other political parties to impress on President Akufo-Addo to do the needful. To impress on President Akufo-Addo to do the right thing in the interest of the unborn generations. On this note, we would thank you for having time to spend with us. We pray and hope that in the next few hours, the Electoral Commission, based on our vigilance, based on the work that we are doing with them, will not go and do any differential calculus and come and give us differential results. We want the real results that reflect the true will of the people. That's all. On this note, let me announce to all our supporters that you are free to jubilate. Chobe, you are free to express your excitement because the NDC is forming the next government of the Republic of Ghana. And for that matter, I am sure you have seen that there are some sounds. Wherever our executives are watching me from, constituency executives, regional executives, any other constituent, any other office of the party, you are hereby directed to mount your musics and start playing. But whilst you play, make sure that you play close to the collation center so that you can be rejoicing and be expressing your vigilance at the same time. On this note, before I end, the summary of the presidential results is on the screen, so you may want to take shots. That's the summary of the presidential results. So on this note, we are going to have a session with you upstairs. The media houses who want to take a shot from our collation room. When we are done, we can climb upstairs and do the needful. Then you can take your shots. Thank you very much for coming. May God bless you. Long live the NDC. Long live the sweet victory of President Mahama. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana. Make us greater and stronger. Eyezu. The victory of the NDC is coming again. Let the people say, hey, Joe Bodo. The victory of the NDC is coming again. Let the people say, hey, Joe Bodo. 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 Let the people say, hey, Joe Bodo. Hello, please. Kindly resume your seats. Kindly resume your seats, please. Kindly resume your seats first, please. The percentage on the board, please. Let's clear from the screen. Please kindly get back to where you were sitting. Anas, oh, you come right here. Kindly resume your seats, please. Kindly resume your seats. Please. Please. We have been informed We have been informed. Please, kindly read. So, I believe that once we have projected the percentage here, and I'll kindly ask that the percentage should be projected again on the screen. So, if you didn't hear the percentage of victory, at least the cameras can be able to capture it for you. So please, Vincent, kindly help us. Thank you very much. So that is the percentage that we expect the Electoral Commissioner to announce when she is ready. Sorry. So the next thing is that we will be moving the media. Okay, we are going to do a Chi rendition for the Chi stations. And after that, we will be moving to the next floor with the media to do another presentation at where we had our setup. And this one is just for the media, not for the general public. The media will let the general public know on how we were able to get to this percentage. So if the Deputy General Secretary is ready, a brief summary of his presentation in the local language.
Yo, yenu anomun central for yadamase. Se majimrene ya bedi sankita udi anope yenyumre. Na ne senti aye frɛ mo ne se me se yeto aba ewie ye enra eniema bebre na akoso na yeni madi nkita ho bebre na nso so no enkomo a yeni mudi ye no esan se yeni mra ne yete mra na yenim se onim mra wonto mra nti no eniema bi wo hono ma na nka ese ye ne mo che nanso ye ne mo an abehia se ade a na empese ye be ye no ese yetimi eye ne ye ne mo che ye information ayewo because misinformation adoso ebi mo kra se o NDC fo ye nti mi anka ya results ambom enti no yehu yehu ano na eno na ama na be hia se ye ne mu ebeche results a yenya ye nti ene no results a yenya wo presidential parliamentary ne de ye ne mu ache dada because dodo na ye declare o polling station amomahu nanso no ene ese yesan ne mu che na mu details no na mu aba na amokoto ye no adwen na mu si ye no jinaye na musi ye wasa abato we hu no empempenso a ekoduru ye enti technicians no se mu wo summary na mo fa summary ne nto hansa but mo hwe ne e wo hosisie na eye summary results no o hwa President Mahama edi nkunim a wodi anim kra sa results we nyina so ye certified results a every polling stations ene yakeka bom ene ye dia sa de we ye set systems enan yede ye adwuma na systems na ni nyina adwuma checks and balance on each other na yenya sa resource we efiri mu na se de meka na elia no ye systems na set ye ne ba ko sa edan we mu ntino ye betimi no makosoro no makohwe ho pink sheets ne na kade a ye use ye de ye no o ma send electronic ni nyina agu system ne so na we any insusanso epie ye adwuma no mu collation ye ya te se ya no mo ne nam e na omo bobo figures bi e na omo pia figures bi ma mu media fo no na mu declare omo se omo win election ebra electoral commission crowd no se me no ka say won collect results in ye but esa say ye putu an efficient system in place into no the actual results e na ye de kire mo no o hwe results we ya President John Dramani Mahama edi anim
In fact, what the Mrikadi and him credit Kunim with 6,166,385 votes. A constitute 50.15%. Ohanchemu edionum echire po baako ne enum a eye 50.15%. Yemra emu so no se unya 50 plus 1 pe no wadi nkunim. Na we so etre se President John Dramani Mahama wenya ye win by 57%. In fact, Central Region, ye win by 49%, but Esan say, enye beyond 50, in two bones, and only ye green. Votes are already winning here 603,483. And yenuanum omuye opponents no, enya 598,275. Etin ye dinkunim was Central Region. Parliamentary seats no ye dinkunim kasiye pa. Osha woti region, ye dinkunim ama yenya 61%. Savannah region, yenya 63%. Osha Bunu East, yenya 54%. Osha Upper East, yenya 65%. Osha Upper West and Swa, yenya 65%. Osha Volta region, Almighty Volta, yenya 86%. Say, what to any shemwa now? Osha Wamu Almighty Asante Nekra. Asante for the first time. Yenya Asante 31% of the results. Yenya 25 for Krada. I just said yenya beyond 25 and San Yewini. This year Asante region, Asante Mai to my pay Emma yenya 31% from Asante region. And Ausha Northern region, yenya 54%. Etino Saukafua Ghana Fenena Mantem Potem any regions na aka ni nyina assisting no ye dinkunim ewo maku edu emu na se ukra ade edunsia na uyi edu free mu a ne ebeka ni say so eti no na chese yenya majority of the votes and it shows in the outcome na se wo de to nchen a na from this results no e chese President Mahama and the form the next government and the new government come January 7, 2021. Na ye train say electoral commission no one also ede ne die a etwato eba betuga. Na say ebetodwa na eye different from say results we are ene na votes ni bi akofa baabi a ese sa votes no ye kohwehwe ye so ye mpene so ye ntrase mpene so Emma will be a ensisa Ghana for envia Ghana for etumi emfiri omonsem na eno koda nchen parliamentary results no se wo form aban a wo behia parliament majority na de atawachi ama watimi ebu oman ni ye awia se afene nyina se wo bedi mampani na parliament ni wa fa wo te se obi a wo nante a woni nan na che se wo sinsen wiem etino ese unya majority in parliament no mutimi bo president in echidom. It will share results from the parliamentary in Iswa. Out of 275 constituencies, no, ye winning a mako 139 a majority in parliament. Ye ni anomo wamuye your opponents no wamukremu 132 ena emu 2. In fact, sisiano omako twimi enu abe count omukra 134 so 133. Ena independent for mienu enso wom etuhwemu a yenya simple majority straightforward ne pepemu a nkense se yanom womo start ye ne womo ye no womo de ehurehunu apese womo de Ghana fotumi efiri womo nsem na constituencies no mabobo so intermediate for no ye de constituencies no ebema mo emre ni ho ntimi nko region by region embobo esu ebiem na we nyina ne ye de sre ye nana President Akufo-Addo outgoing president say yesre no baby eduru no Ghana fo akasa Ghana fo akire o ma enti no ne papa mu Ghana for adaroma Ghana for nti wo mu a won na ese wo ba be ko age omo no nti no won fa akunwa ne nto ho non concede defeat na President Mahama yenya kwan ne start transition process said ye be 7 January ye betimi aso ani in amana be di president na yo em say ya twema adwen asi so ne enti a ye sis no esesa free 130 140 eba 139 ne say em say mat say ye bo 140 ne enti asesa ne say ya no masoma soldier fo ne police fo ama after declaration in Techiman South womu de soldier fo no akohwehun na electoral commission officials no akoshutu amanfo ama nipa prabe senso ama yesi mienu kura afiri mu ama electoral commission ne de ehu e declare results no a e Techiman South no ama MPP fo eno ena ama yesis no eso ate baako takwa enso kan na ye hwe anim se takwa o me declaration na no pay na eno ama yenya 141 seat eno nso so no wo mo de esojafo akoho a wo makọ nwunwuna electoral commission official no ama wo makan abato no maako mprenum a etiamra because Ghana ye mra no e kire se woto aba polling station wo pese ye recounting ho na obetimi ye recounting no se edukura na pese o count wo ho a se presiding officer no epene a obetimi aye se presiding officer ne bre no se onya nkrata wo ho a be fele ne ye de aka box no ho ye du collation center ye bieso akan takwa sa niema no mu bia nsi ena ye ti ho ena sojafo ne police fo wo maso o makọ collation center ho wo makọ renra yisi officials ne di tu asisi o mo so ama wo mabie ballot boxes ne so akan maako mprenum in fact emprennan so ne de o mo kan bia NDC di nkunim emprenum ne so afi ye kohwe a ye nim be bia votes ni free a votes kakra bia be ka ho ama wo mo se wo ma wini eti sa seat no eno so no every so na we ena ma ye bo aban ne kokọ ya boy police fo ne soldier fo ne kokọ omo mpanifo no se ye ntimi ntra o ma mu ne ntua to na ya to ne ye mfantua soldier fo ne police fo no mu mfa mbe shutu yen emra eduru se ye be kire ya adwen ni a kire mampani e be yi no ama na buman no ye ne sa na ya anya enyame so adwuma eti ye bo aban ne kokọ se sa de na o ma sha ase ne ya te se wo mu de o manimu kire apade nkira west ohonso ye wini ya te se wo mu de o manimu kire sahwe so ohonso ye wini na obi bia wo tie mi bia wo ye Ghana ni a wo apade nkira west esa wo sahwe so emre duru se wo be sore ama ya kan wo se wo ye Ghana ni mapa sa amre yi ena esa wo kire se wo ye Ghana mi mapa wo vote na wato no President Akufo-Addo person sesano you have to move to the coalition center monko na mumbu amayambo mu vote no ho ban because mutumi nyina ene sa vote na mudi agu sa ballot boxes no mu no na maka enuasi no yenya majority ni yenya presidential no ni yehu se ya no pe kwati kwan bi so afa na omudi awi abato no ese yetimi ma ya ni da ho ni ye swift enwumre ya yehu so ma ye fake news letter bi a wo mo se President Mahama na assign se wa concede defeat eye ntro eye nada eye frakadam sa frakadam aban yi sa sakawa aban yi wo mudwumadi a wo munima no fake news ye taxes no mo di tua mrantie bi of last house ho a wo mu generate sa fake news yi eti obi bia wate se President Mahama a congratulate ana se wa concede defeat bia no yesere mu enye no kre eye ntro se ebuburuja emi se openi na nkasa ye leader ne ye flag bearer any incoming president of the Republic of Ghana President John Dramani Mahama wonu akasa atu nanum tuo aka ho asem eti no mede me kasa ba awieye no mesre nkunimdie no aba ne yɛhwehwɛ no yɛn nsa aka nea yɛbɔ ho mpaeɛ no nyame di amayen wayi president Mahama amayen ɛwɔ saa resource wei mu eti no anigye ni deɛ ebetumi agye ani eti no yɛhyɛ partyfoɔ no beebi ɔmo wɔ bi a sɛ wɔwɔ nwum bi a fɛsi hɔ na yɛmbɔ ne yɛngye yɛni ɛbrɛ a yɛpere kwan na yɛ start yɛ transition process na electoral commission declare results na yɛtumi akɔsɔ aban no mu na yɛka no nso no na yɛ prepare sɛ yɛbɛbɔ mmɔden na yɛni adi akyire a kɔsi sɛ gyi mensa ebe declare the right results, the true reflection of our votes na saa mmerɛ no yɛhu sɛ yɛde process no aba awieɛ eti no yɛnkɔ collation centers hɔ ne yɛn nyinaa yɛma yɛni nda hɔ ne yɛmfa yɛni ndi akyire mɛfrɛ international community international observers a wɔn baayɛ aman mpanyinfoɔ a wɔn bɛ monitor yɛ elections no religious leaders a ɛwɔ ɔman mu ha traditional leaders ahemfo ne ahema ɛne ɔnasefoɔ yɛsrɛ wɔn anidie mu a saa mmerɛ yi na Ghana hia wɔn paa saa mmerɛ yi a president Akufo-Addo ayɛ n'adwene sɛ ɔngye saa nkuguo yi ntum no ɛna ɛho hia paa sɛ mpanyinfoɔ ɛbɛfrɛ no na wɔn akɔdan no na watimi adwen Ghana for once at least for once na watimi concede defeat na wɔn sɛ Ghana for ɛna ato aba atia no yɛbɛsrɛ wɔn paa sɛ wɔn bɛboa yɛn na me kasa awie no yɛwie a yɛbɛkɔ soro no mu ne yɛakɔhwɛ yɛ systems na yɛ deploy yɛ no yɛbɛda mo ase na me yɛ sure sɛ a few hours from now electoral commission ɛyɛ ready na ɔno ankasa de ne figures no ɛbɛto dwa a ɛho nsɛm bia wɔ hɔ nom a yɛne mo ɛba abɛdi nyankopɔn nhyira mo nyankopɔn nhyira Ghana man na ɔma yɛ kwatenten na wɔma president Mahama kwatenten na wɔma ɔmbɛyɛ mampani 7 January 2021 medam ase.
Thank you very much. I think that let's create space for the media to move to the next floor for us to have our last engagement. Thank you.
mpanimfoɔ yi ɛka saa ne bɛtoto dwa electoral commission deɛ ɛyɛ likely say we will go ahead of them.
Well, parliamentary majority is false.
I was for Dr.
Oh my God.
Both presidential and parliament. Now you're free coalition center.
Okay.
If as we say, Omasan, Asia, ASR, and parliamentary candidate after and control for issue Nigeria.
Which of the parliamentary candidates?
NDC parliamentary candidate.
Okay. Inti ensancho for nshemu na baso na afe na bebaso.
Me pacho apaswa yewo emfin a yekata ne se koyi ebaye.
Nti dia bie na maka wo ho bobi to fama ye ntie bie.
Yo akọ mo kan ye nyina ye tia wa etrese. Omo de omo gina brane se omo candidate oye Christopher Bayire. Or according to omo pink sheet ekuta omo no, ono na wadi nkunim. Esan se so omo quality pink sheet na ekuta omo. Ani the total electoral college na ewo Kitcheman South constituency now. One na ye nkunim before. Na omo de omo mpe basabata omo mpe mojaka wo enti omo threat all stakeholders nim pen so can be a woman ewo eman mu se omo mra na omo ntimtonya since omo wo principal eyadansidie na electoral commission enso wo bia eyadansidie na MPP wo so wo bia eyadansidie no omo nensai no omo nkamfo na omo hu de wadi nkunim ewo abatuli eno no omo hwehwe no omo nse basayese police intimidation anase soja any metal man ko bia dabro no already no omo di kan hiri ni famiensa enam to a esi enno ama nipa ben so kura so omo na yi enti omo do omo tere IDP say o intervene omo nimu say etuo na omo so ya ekuru nipa no efri MPP parliamentary candidate bodyguard na play enti omo sisi bia say mpanyimfanya nhemu na omo mpa ne kuma sidira se be ya e dey approve ebeba Kitcheman constituency ha na amfa oyo ne bi ansa mati enti omo sofa bomu ane say omo de omo national coalition figure ene de omo no regional coalition team ayero etrese yewura omo wura Christopher Bayire eye nkojibifo o parliamentary election mu omo coalition boma watwemu be over 2000 ana omo tre enti say omo say MPP for so oboa omo so pension electoral commission so obi omo nyina emfamra omo nsai omo mpa neutral bodies bia omo betini esiginaye na omo afena perfect yo ato de ebeka sebeya emfa oyunu bia ema Kitcheman constituency.
Fred, eto tutu ne basabasa nsesi a mayenu so ho update wo mo a omo ho kaaye wo mo apra ne wo mo afrim no etisen.
So in fact, I witness report na ebra me hu yan na nka nipa mienu na tuo ni ka ho a mani eja ehwe won so ana ba ko da ho keja se de nu esi aye no menye doctor ntimi nka pe wawu na so se de osisi no de na nka utimi se awesemu bi ani ba ko wo ma no so to ambulance ni ko no so no sabe na wobɛtumi aka sɛ ɔno nso ogyina owuo ne nkwa nta na wa because tuo no totoɔ no na ne yɛ obi agya ne nti no dodoɔ no ɛka wɔ no deɛ sɛ meka sɛ m'ani kuro tua mansa ehu wɔn mu a mɛyɛ ɔtorofoɔ na sesei ɛna mɛyɛ nya nteaseɛ sɛ dodoɔ no bi etuo no bi kaa bi esan sɛ nipa nson bi wɔ hɔ a wɔn nso da ayaresabea a ɛyɛ adansi bi ɛkyerɛ sɛ etuo no nso ɛka wɔn anaasɛ basabasa yi no mu no wɔn ho kan na sesei na press conference yi na wɔn nsi bia akyerɛ sɛ nipa mmiɛnsa ana atɔ ɛwɔ basabasa yɛ esi yi mu.
Okay. Ɛno ane update a ɛwɔ hɔ.
ɛno ane update a ɛwɔ hɔ tete ya.
Na sesi ayi no EC4 na ankasa so sɛ ɔmo frɛ sɛ mpanyinfoɔ mmerɛ mu na obi amfa ne pink sheet mmra ne adeade no yɛ NDC parliamentary candidate ne na ɛsrɛ EC4 na adwumadie isi ɔmo sɛ so nyinaa no nso ɔmo nso sɛ deɛ yi.
Ọba emra yi ti panyin no ntawantawa no bae no na megidi sɛ na ne nkwa so hu hia enti na bambɔfoɔ no ɛna pagya ne de ne hyɛ kan mu a ɔmo bɔɔ no ho ban de ne firi bea hɔnom no enti asas now no yɛnya nhu no na ɛbrɛ a na dim lady ti akonyam no ɔma mene ne di nkɔmmɔ ɛma yɛ saa otia n'ano di sɛm na ɔmo wie na ɔmo de ne hyɛ kan mu de ne fɔɔ enti asas now baabi a wɔte ankasa no ọba ya minim na ẹsẹ nyame ma adi pati a ẹna ebi a sọ ọbẹbẹ edwuma mu bia yẹbẹtumi akọ na so yẹ na yẹbusa deɛ ɛfo aso efiri hɔ.
Okay, collation center no usually ɛyɛ na ɛyɛ bronche mpem hɔ ɛyɛ hɔ a ɛhɔ ɛte sɛ enipa da so wɔ hɔ a na ɔmo kɔ.
Sese bambɔfoɔ na ɛwɔ hɔ a ɛtwa hɔ nyinaa ahyia bambɔfoɔ asraafoɔ ne apolisifoɔ ɛna ɛtwa hɔ ahyia ɔmo ɛbɔ hɔ ɛban.
Na kyerɛ sɛ party agents, party supporters, obiara ni hɔ.
Obiara ni hɔ because wɔn afamu obiara ɛfiri saa bea yɛ.
Okay. Kurom so generally security te sɛ amanfoɔ wɔ kurom ana wɔn akɔhyehyɛ dɛm mu security te sɛ.
Baba yɛ wɔn nim tɛkyima mpa yie tɛkyima ada na nipa bɔ ntenku wɔ mmea kakra bi ɛwɔ business center ɛhɔ wokɔ station wɔ. Na wokɔ kuroma na wokɔ ne mantwe adeɛ a afọ obi ahyehyɛ ne fie ama onima bɛɛbi okay ma akɔyɛ it's unusual nso deɛ aba no mpɛ dodoɔ na ɛbɔ wɔn kwa ban esuro kakra aba tɛtima ekuro.
Okay Fred mo ɛyɛ na wo so wo ne wo nuanom team na mo no mahwɛ mo na manam ntuo ɛne mo nantie yie any baby a mobile free akom e wom se mo cover story de enso ahwe yi
me da se obaya
yes we da se enti from Techima
yeah am say omo hwe na omo so omo kokan omo hwe no omo kokan because there's no way out obibia ni ho ebetimi aye se omo kor na omo kohwe na ye kenkan no mo kabom ni ye declare isi ni pakro na also yes adwuma onya akokodo no nkoye na adwuma se bambo na wose de ma na yemfa ma no na wonkoye na adwuma because bibia ni ho a betimi aye apart from the air kan nti omonkoye no monye now in respect of lipa na yeso mawu no me person nke bia further up betimi anya confirmation nema bi se ye ba hwe se obi awu bi be kwakọ he bi kura na bia na number no bi kura na ente saa because abato de ba sometimes especially politicians ye mo person mo kan mo asema na ye hu ye nwanwanti no omutimi ha omani no maka asem kakraka bi obi abekwa wie na ente saa nti for now de menka asa ente saa me say ye nhwehwe mu nhwe se de be ya enkutu nipa akoma nti enu ano na ye du nandom se bibia ni ho de ya
ye be ko nandom nanso me so me sire mikromfo se Techima ho nye basabasa ho enye gidigidi entokwasem ne saa de no nya de a ebi wo ho nti ye sire mu a pamcho ye sire mu a we abato yedo ehu ayenye chinye nti abotre yesere mu mamo nye ma yenyi din bonifi se yenim yese ye de yenye basabasa Techima hotspot ikrom identify enka ho eho eye swing all right both north and south but say ntokwa gidigidi it has had its own issues me kai say north DC in Peter I think 2008 is the 2012 elections in fact if she acid go ni so enti nanim ni nani nyina Professor Christopher Ameokonfina or the call Germany no okoye in plastic surgery. Wow. Sometimes a drew election na ya hoye gidi kakra, but to this extent no. To this extent
it doesn't make sense. And I think sometimes no sir impunity no ekoso because yentimi yes aduasam ye no nka edipa nanim. And as a baby in swa, you empty a battery nipa naso. Because Sabi or Mona yard this year, there be a mecasasm.
Ye baby is almost here, Busia, no fashion.
Exactly, politicians no more Mona yard this year. In fact, Omukran was more 2 years assassin in the area and Kaho. Omono Modia. Omona Mona Nya, Edu Muja, Gunya, or Mana to Homa, is a better mobile.
A yin it.
But Mr. Sanet here, dear, and an uncle even be where I say, oh no. Na because about 20 no onipa no di bone kura na ya no no okọ ebia ehọ na okọ kire edide ba but e betimi ahwehwe nipa kro no na ati no ya anya sa na ekọ so se ya because ya e wo se edubre bi Ghana ha sa niema no binim wo hɔ a and let me be very blunt nsemhunu no bi wo hɔ a wo se etutwa
se ebre mu no I say yesi ye nyina nkra ni mu ntutu nkra
sa na ye na nkra na ewe
oh papa
2016 ya nyina nkran ni mu antete nkran na ya wo na nkran no
na nkran na we
2012 sa na ya nkran na sa da bia na nkran na we
ya asemo
enti no ya make kan say edume bia wo say yetimi serious ni campaign you know ya ba na moto ense say ye na obi afa ne ho adi na ya twia fa
please for so akoma no wo suru say no say wo ka kra omonte
na ba fom so ayenka
ene de no kra me no ya adwe akoma ne ba fom a yenka na
yetimi fre nipa e ma enter to bond be twa bibi to say de say adwuma no wonnya biem wondi sa
ubehu omo a cause say we say ya yesi tuo na free he free na uhu Peter de ya make mrantie no omukọ in fact awehosem ne say san kra ye ni kansema omukọ peace pact bisa omukọ meeting wo sa ba bi omuye collation ya omawi omoba no emrantie ne timoto so omuhwe ya ni sa de na gu so se de ase de gu so de ase de gu so ampa nanimu nyina it's how be no wo wie wadwa no ko
it's unfortunate ba ko mi hu say ya to ne tue I mean it's ubisa say nti ututuo na eno na be den be ma ballot papers no bi abeka ho ana say e be den na ya na akoma no na ekoso dodo eni na make na say I hope say ye koye nimu ye besua ye benya sua ho no bi mbe say make say ye besua nyansa obi e ka say
anu ayeden
anu ayeden but no bi so ye ma no nye den ohunu na nipa no enhuru nte asesa ye nyini ya democracy ye de say ya ba besi enne na ya nya ne sadie ebinum eye omode no na ka se bi makonta na otu kwan obaroba ka kire me se oman na okoso no odu omo to ababat ohun se obia eno na se ye to aba no omo mo kwa adwuma omo no mabonten no mabonten obia ye na ade but ade edu se ye to aba afi ni ba be ka Liberia Somalia Rwanda ye be kwa kotufu na oho nyina asa be gu enne enso so bi kura na bibia nsi ena make say
ene tufu ni wie so still em say moye ho fi say we enkomodi akos in fact asat enra awia no kura be 3-4 ho mi si nyame adom emu ayedi emu ye nyame adom any second kind me kakra ni du su ye kekesi ani for Friday
na akwa fasa de na ba nti ya ma ya nimre na to da yenka
okay
na nipa ko no se ya nka na sabre ya minim bra ye besan aka biem nti esi ye na pedo na ya ka kire wo na politicians dey be American asem ne se yemfa nokre enye yadwuma ewo ho a ewo ho eni ho a eni ho walusu a walusu wa wene a wa wene tie
nokre no kan bi bu se omonfa de nokre kakra wo de brofu bi she
so monokre ya na enkoso repeat wo monfa de kakra na ombenya na
margin of honesty
a dose of
honesty you know
integrity no monfa nsom kakra ohunu na eba ne saa na ebeboa pa na yɛnka nkyerɛ mo di mo akyi no sɛ Jack yes wo mu sɛ yɛkɔ akɔto abadeɛ nso so o ya na wato bo ase wato bo ase because one man mo sa ntete na ɔno onim sɛ wo no ɔyɛ ama wo sɛbi ya kanokre wo kraman na wanya hoho no oba fi no opa utumi ka kyerɛ wo kraman sɛ onye din because hoho no exactly
otia no so ɔyɛ din
sadete ɛna sɛbi yɛsi de ɔyɛ din na kraman no oni na no dompe enti ɔmo ankasa nim ne yɛ ka no ebi sɛ wanya ɔmba dane aba so dabi
one day
oh yes enti begidi sɛ enti yaka ne sei no afi yɛn ɔda ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nkɔkan aba no
okay
na yɛn anyasa yɛpɔn a ɔmo nyina ni
kɔne yɛn kɔka aba no bamɔfoɔ bɛbɔ mo ban monkɔ na wekwase yɛn kan aba monkoleti
ɛsɛ na yɛkan
monkeka sie ni
na yɛntwerɛ nto hɔ
na Pius Bedu Bansen aba ɔwɔ voter constituencies na yɛgya wɔ mu no nti menim sɛ menkɔ m'akyi a na menyɛ nkwanta north and south ɛne north die okay Pius Pius wate ato ahoma ni mu ana Pius
Meto kan
aha na me mente onka Otundan
Yaminado
international reporter sisi eko international che edu Togo some of the constituencies are yenni enti bubo mayen na IT for no fan hihye first of all mayen enkwanta north nkwanta north
the whole you
oti rather enti north die so ye
and then we will know what we are getting in Parliament, whether we'll have an executive that has a majority or if we'll have an executive that doesn't have the majority. And then we can take the conversation up from there. But something I want to bring us back to the conversation on the entire process of today. I mean, it's what? It's 7 past 10. As we speak, we are waiting for the Electoral Commission that has promised us a 24-hour delivery. Of course, they've done right by coming to say we gave you 24 hours, but we won't be able to do that. I want to just take your thoughts. No, but I mean, they said 24 hours, and they said, well, they changed the deadline.
No, they gave you 5 p.m. this evening.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
And they changed that.
Okay.
But they still said they were going to do it still within the 24
hours. Okay. Very well. I don't know why Raymond is so excited about the time.
The timelines.
But I just feel it's respectful. If I gave you that if I gave you a timeline and I wasn't able to meet it, that I gave you reasons why, or at least I gave you prior.
You were not under pressure to give anybody timelines. There were others who were actually suggesting that you didn't need this. You didn't accept that even as good.
But I did it. But I did it, and I realized I couldn't meet the deadline, so I came back and I changed it.
Self-inflicted harm was needless in the first place.
Okay, so first of all, this is what I want to do. I want you to.
I thought you wanted us to address the point that the EC should not be giving us needless timelines. That will make people question their integrity when it comes to deliver on the timeline.
I wanted us to evaluate the process. I think I've heard a lot of people, those who went to vote, say, I went and the process was really smooth. Some say it took like 5, 10, 15 minutes. I just want to take your thoughts. If you were to evaluate the process today, what would you say?
Where were we 2016 at this time after the elections?
I'm trying
if
to remember.
we want to be sincere to ourselves about all that we have touted as the best ever, that's the way I like us to retrace our steps. But they are organizing an election in COVID. So that comes with extra work. Certainly, the Electoral Commission has done a lot of good, irrespective of the opposition it has faced, which it will always face from the opposition. That's how
I think we should do some research into
how
that
it is designed. That's how it is designed.
That was the proposal.
Look, if it happened that the NPP went into opposition today, don't be surprised. The template will not change.
Really?
Aren't there dynamics that don't really, that aren't really straightforward? Because look, this is the party that put this electoral commission together,
right?
By removing the previous one, which was done. The same thing was done by the previous administration. So then the opposition was opposed to this because they feel this party put this one there. And the same thing has repeated itself here. So I think the dynamics are pretty different.
I have seen the parties conduct themselves. I have no reason to think otherwise. That if the tables were to turn today, you would not find the opposition today turning into what we have always seen, spokespersons for the state organization, and then those in opposition, sometimes raise hell unnecessarily.
Afarijan's regime was pretty different, wasn't it?
Farijan, not much of a difference, but of course we knew that you had an Afarijan who had such a firm grip on what he was doing. But he was subjected to all of these suspicions and accusations all the time. It was there. Now, let's come to what they have done.
Yes.
And the timelines you talk about, people who went to vote. I also went to vote, and I spent less than 5 minutes. I was done. But I have said that I don't exactly see anything different about that, because I have been doing this job as a media person for over a decade now, but all the time I have not signed up to vote in the special voting exercise. I've always voted on the day of elections.
Why?
And I vote at certain times during the day. When I went to vote yesterday, I discovered I was at the same place that I was in 2016. I didn't see any difference. I got to my polling station, it was empty. And I found myself the same way in 2016. I got to the polling station, it was empty. I just went in there and voted. Of course, because it was declared a holiday, you would expect that in the morning, people will also, get in the queues, but may not rush in the manner that if it had not been declared a holiday. Because someone may have wanted to do it early enough so they could go to work.
So for you, the speed is not a big deal?
It is good.
It is good, but not...
Judging from particularly social media, it does appear that there's been a lot more speed this time around.
Okay.
And it can be explained. If you have polling stations that have been cut into smaller, numbers, you clearly should expect that it will increase the speed.
Okay.
So that's been good. In the registration process, how the EC went about churning out the numbers and sharing them with us, at every stage, was very good.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't take it away from them. They did a very good thing, right?
Yeah, I see. But so what do you think we could have improved upon, if there's anything like that? Maybe I'll leave you to think about that briefly while I take what Raymond thinks worked well.
I would wish that we should cut the numbers down a lot more in the polling stations.
Okay.
So that
I think it was 700? Yeah. 700 to a polling station.
Yes, that's what's supposed to be the maximum. I think we can cut it down further so that, if it is possible to have 300 maximum, so that nobody worries about having to go queue. But
that means creating more polling stations.
Yes, as we were talking about all of these things, there were places where the queues were
like
there were queues. They had problems, and because of the problems, the queues were not moving. In parts of Tamale, we had the report in the night. In the night, they were still in the queues trying to vote. people are afraid, scared about electronic voting. I don't know why we cannot get there. We can get there for a section of the community, the society.
Indeed.
And that will reduce how we go about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
In fact, that's actually one point that I've been thinking about. And I know that the distinguished Afarijan some time ago said, until his grandmother can safely manage the computer, he doesn't think electronic voting should be the way out. Now, I think...
It doesn't have to be for everybody.
Yes, I think there are alternatives that should be on the table for
Raymond,
people.
what worked for you? The timing was good?
Yes,
it
was good. I actually feel that there were reduced number of incidents in terms of machines getting problems and some of them developing faults. And this is compared to 2012 more important. You remember in 2012 we had to go for almost a new day election. They had to be extended the next day, simply because at some point in time somebody failed to tell the people who are running the verification machines change the battery before 11. Imagine. Just that simple instruction.
So if we were to compare, this is way better
than 2012.
Than 2012.
I don't think this is markedly different from 2016. So, I mean, that's where I actually feel that they are almost the same. It shows we are improving, and we should improve further on that.
But then you have a fundamental problem with the timelines given. What is wrong with someone giving themselves a target and saying that this is what I want to do and I'm going to work at it?
Because a lot depends on your integrity. If you fail at it, nobody's compelling you to give that timeline. See, if you give a timeline, there's a general principle that people apply. Under promise, over perform. People will be impressed with you. In this case, when you give an indication, and for some reason, so what was the compulsion here? What was the big deal in telling us that you deliver in 24 hours? Even established democracies, they don't always deliver within the period that people expect them to deliver.
If I feel like
even
I deliver,
some
why
who
not
do
say?
the electronic voting, because practically, and I think this
but
was...
those, are you comparing us to America?
No, I'm not talking about even America.
Okay.
I'm saying across the world, there are people who actually do electronic voting end up not necessarily getting the results in time. There are several infractions that may happen along the line. You put them in mind, and in the process, that is lack of experience if you don't consider those things. I admit that, for example, the chairperson might have monitored elections for a period of time, but has not worked with the Electoral Commission for that period. I also admit that his very vociferous deputy, Dr. Bosman Asari, has taught for a very, of course, he taught me, so I respect him, has taught a very much, but may not have had the requisite appreciation of the process when it comes to this end. And of course, there's also the deputy who's worked with the Electoral Commission for some time. What I fear is this: let's do something to impress the people. Let's create the impression that our system is way better than what happened in 2016. And that might have informed this 24-hour rule that they put in there. That was like X in their own faces. Today, the Electoral Commission that's doing this election in its current status for the first time is sowing doubts in the minds of the people about what it promises and what it can deliver.
Okay.
And that's what you should not be doing. Because people may judge even the results you put out through those lenses.
Okay.
I don't know if you get that. I mean, it might be an overstretch, but it is needless for you to create problems for yourself when you have more important issues to deal with. As we speak, I mean, depending on how you consider the 24 hours, it seems to have been over, and we are still not hearing anything from you. As we speak, we do not know when the Electoral Commission is going to declare the results. That kind of uncertainty is not what you should have actually let be.
We're told it will be declared at the international...
No, I'm talking about what time.
Oh, what time?
Yes, we do not know.
Not long ago, the Director of Public Relations, Sylvia Arnott, said that the results were trickling in, right?
Yeah.
She spoke to Israeli, and I heard her say that the results are trickling in, so...
But the NDC had complained.
That is not assuring at all.
But the
what does that mean? We have got 50%, 60%, 80%, 90%, 40%.
And the NDC had complained that their representatives at the coalition, the National Coalition Center, had said this was as of, I think, in the afternoon, thereabouts, said they hadn't heard any single result
or seen
at the time.
a single one.
That was so bad to hear. That was after 2 o'clock.
Yeah. With barely 3 hours to the time. Not long after the EC had declared the 5 p.m. timeline.
They actually said that if that's really the case, then that was bad. They actually said that they had been there all the while and nobody had the courtesy to engage them, to even suggest to them, give them information and say, oh, we're expecting, XYZ, nothing has come in. you should be patient.
Yes.
This will come. Nobody was interacting with them.
Isn't it?
You know, and that really was bad. I felt that was really, really, really bad.
Okay. Well,
even though this time around they say that the coalition for the presidency, which is one constituency, is being done at the regions, so they're expecting 16 results from 16 regions.
Which they'll just put together
Yes.
and
And
announce.
so they had used that to, sort of do their calculation and planning, that it was going to come very, quick and easy. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have happened that way, especially where there are challenges and where there was some rain or storm last night.
Yeah.
So
but actually, people have said that you cannot use the rain as an excuse because it's always weather forecast.
I mean, to be fair, I think an act of God like rain can be excused. I actually think so.
Yeah.
If you paid attention to the weather forecast, why would that be an excuse?
I think that the promise of the 24 hours was made way ahead of this possibility of rain happening. What I think cannot be excused is not anticipating challenges, really, in an election as hotly contested as Ghana's own, in the stakes, or even take from history, because that's the only thing that can guide you. In our previous elections, haven't we had various parliamentary challenges, even if they're not presidential challenges?
Yeah.
So how can you ever make an estimation without considering that? It smacks of inexperience to me, if it's not incompetence.
They may have considered that, because they tell you that because we have cut down the number of polling stations, the number of voters at each polling station, we expect that the results will be collated quick enough, and then they'll be transmitted to the regional, centers quick enough, and within 24 hours, we should have had them.
So, to be fair, if there are 115 polling stations divided into various electoral areas, and I challenge at food distribution kiosk in in North Jolu, and I'm not satisfied, I elevate the challenge to the collation center. When I go to the collation center, I do not prioritize my own. There are 115 people in the queue coming to present their figures.
Yeah.
In that queue that they are coming to present, I am actually at the back. Imagine having to wait till my time before they do the counting, before they add it to the rest, before they can actually clarify it. And I'm not pleased with the first recollation that I actually demanded, because I thought there was a massive problem that ought to be dealt with. All of these ought to sometime be considered. Even if you have to eliminate
but if you have a problem, it should be at the polling. It should be at the polling station. It shouldn't be at the collation center.
No, the problem of recount, polling station.
Yeah.
I am demanding that even beyond the recount, I need recollation, which will bring into bear my specific problem at the polling station and make it reflect the national on the constituency-wide picture.
Okay.
That's what I'm demanding. Yeah. It would require of you to maybe look at all the 115 and go through it.
Do you get the sense that that's something that the Electoral Commission had wanted to avoid? Some of these contests here and there.
So you can't avoid them.
I mean, I can't afford.
You can minimize them, but to all intents and purposes, this is
take that out.
Political parties who are in some form of adversarial relationship, who are demanding rights.
And about that suggestion that I've heard it elsewhere, that's a suggestion that if you do not demand at the polling station, then you have lost out. If it's not done for you at the polling station, you have lost out. What the law says is that at the polling station, you can ask for a recount. If you did for a second recount and the presiding officer decided that, he's not going to attend to it, you have the opportunity of the returning officer. Is it the returning officer? Yes.
Yes, that's for the constituency.
Yes, at the collation center to take care of your circumstance.
Okay, Samson, let me just jump in there. We'll come back to that briefly. But there has been a joint statement of ECOWAS, AU, UNOWAS. I'll take you through that. But let me just quickly remind you that our election coverage is brought to you in association with Petrosol. Clean fuel in full quantity is always a delightful experience. Cowbell Coffee, taste it, love it. Markdown Shipping and Logistics Limited, your total logistics partner, and Powdeva Limited, your home of modern furniture. DDP Outdoor Limited, serving great brands. Festiva, adding flavors to your life, and Wood 3-year lotteries. Star 787 hash, Ghana's premier and biggest jackpot lottery. HEPA Plus mixture for your general well-being. Now, these are the people who are supporting us with this coverage. You're listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM. We're on Love 99.5 FM. Also on the Joy News channel on DSTV 421, Go TV 144. And of course on Joy Prime as well on all our social media handles. Now, due to hard times, we have become value hunters. But are we hunting for value the right way? Remember, your engine is more valuable than just cheap fuel. Be smart, hunt for holistic value. And that is Petrosol. Petrosol gives you holistic value, which is when you have quality fuel at the right quantity and certainly at the fair price. Wake up every day to that great feeling from a delicious creamy coffee aroma from Cowbell Coffee and enjoy the delicious creamy Cowbell Coffee taste. Cowbell Coffee, taste it, love it. As we go along, I'll tell you more about those who are helping us bring you this coverage. Let me end with Magdan Shipping. Now, it has established itself as the market leader in freight forwarding in Ghana since November 1999. Magdan Shipping has invested in building a track record of effectiveness in warehousing for both bonded and general haulage cargo handling customs brokerage. Magdan Shipping has the expertise and continues to meet your varied logistics and freight forwarding needs. So look no further. Contact us at Block 10, Aviance Cargo Village, Kotoka Airport, or www.magdanshipping.com. You can call 0302-762280 or 0249-991-199. My name is Gifty Andopi. I'm doing this with Samson Ladi and Yenene and Raymond Aqua. Of course, Evan Spencer and Winston Amwa are on the other side. They've been crunching the figures and talking to people who have, won the parliamentary seat at least, those who have lost. It's been an interesting development. Maybe we can talk about that once we finish with this part of the conversation, which is how the media has covered the elections. I see the way you're nodding something. I get a feeling that you're very interested in this part of the conversation. I'm going to start with Raymond.
That's fine.
I'm going to start with Raymond.
I thought that interest necessarily mandated that.
So Raymond, the media has been under scrutiny. I mean, from since we started counting, maybe even earlier than that, since we started counting down from 100 days, everybody's eyes have been on the media, media this, media that. How do you evaluate the work done so far?
So there is media that's dedicated to political parties' propaganda, that's separate. There is also media that's dedicated to doing an independent job, which may even get it wrong. The idea is that the dedication is to do the independent work.
How is that separate? The media that has political ownership, at the end of the day, they're still churning out information.
I'm saying that there is really, to me, nothing wrong with a media house saying that we are affiliated to a political party, so far as they do not poison the environment. So far as they do not end up worsening the sometimes volatile conditions under which we vote, I have no problems with that. I actually think that the country should have by now grown to appreciate and understand that people have divergent views. And media coverage, which is not necessarily unbiased, can't be expected of people. So I will not waste so much time having to say that, don't do that. This is not unaccepted. I think we are all supposed to live by a certain level of ethics, just that differences in opinion may matter. What I'll concentrate on is the fact that I think journalism is an improvement. An improvement in the quest to use more modern technology in actually explaining things to people. I admit we may get it wrong. I admit that sometimes I cringe at the kind of statistical imputations we put to certain things. I admit that. But it's a step in the right direction. We will get it better with time. I only hope that we have done a lot more preparation, media in general, so that some of the things that are said, some of the things that do not make sense statistically, yet we think we can bandy it about and make it look like we are doing some very wonderful analysis, should be left out.
Did that happen?
Oh yes, I actually can. I've listened to a couple of them. And I think there's a very specialized challenge in having to convert all of these election terminology and statistics into the local language. Because I have listened to some of them, and I identify with the challenge because there are some things I can't say in Chi. Yes, to be fair, there are certain things that I struggle to think if people can really say it well in P. So the closest they can do to that, which may be some form of misinterpretation of that, is going to happen. I do not think if they did not deliberately set out to put out falsehood, to poison the environment, to actually make Ghana look like we are in a war zone, or if they did not set out to be belligerent in their posturing, it's okay. And I think largely, up to this time, the media has done well. There's been some competition, and we can't miss out on that. And maybe because of competition, you might have taken a wrong step or done something that is on the wrong end. The most important part is you admit you have done something wrong, you correct it, and move on. That, to me, is the way to go. But we've not finished with the elections. Yeah. In fact, I think the most important part is yet to even be resolved yet. Because declaration is an important one. Voting is great.
It's good to evaluate how far you have come. So people who are listening, who are willing to take advice, can listen and improve.
Largely, I think we have improved so well and so much that if I'm not doing self-praise, I think we are heading in the right direction.
Okay.
I also believe that maybe going forward, there's a lot more, because I think the media is now specializing in much of the analysis that makes sense. There's a lot more required training in that area for people. That there's a book called Statistics for Dummies. I actually feel that it should be required reading for people who seek to do some of these analysis, so that you do not receive, because if you tell people something and they believe you and they take it to heart, and it's sometimes difficult for that thing to be taken out of their heart.
That's true.
And they will debate other people with it.
True.
So you have a responsibility to feed them with the right information.
Definitely. And for media that's broadcasting to the masses.
Yeah.
You can't compromise on
So we are doing largely way better. I am looking forward to a time where, since we are doing the job of most government institutions, government, as in the state, will be interested in funding media houses, election reportage.
Really?
Because it involves a lot of resources, and that, I mean, to be fair,
let me take
we
that
fund
on.
so many useless things. Let's not joke with it. We fund so many preposterous things.
I mean, let me, Samson, can you take it from where he ended? You know, about funding for media for election coverage.
Any sort of funding that does not come with any strings, that will suggest taking away the media's right in Chapter 5 of the Constitution, Article 21, in Article 162, Chapter 12, including censorship and trying to dictate how you ought to conduct yourself, is welcome, particularly in this COVID era. A lot of investment goes into doing the kind of thing that the election headquarters is doing, and some other, media houses, are also coming of age to try to do something like that. Raymond was talking about, yes, we cannot claim perfection, but when you say we cannot claim perfection, I think that we ought to hasten to add that if you want to do the job of the election, beyond the election coverage, trying to put the results together in a way better than 50 radio stations that are all going around covering, that is all good. Like they say, sunshine is the best disinfectant. We have in excess of 120 television stations doing all of these things. That is good. So as in the coverage before election day and on election day is fine. But where you want to do the projects like we are doing right now, set up your own situation or strong room and collate the results, you should not be giving yourself the chance of making a mistake. It's either you are going to do and get it right, or you are not going to do it.
That's the general picture. In terms of how we have covered it, I mean, not when I say we, I don't mean us here at Multimedia. I mean generally how the media has covered this particular election. For Raymond, it's an improvement on the previous. Is that what you see as well?
Well, we can only improve. Yes, over the years we can only improve, and the more media we are getting, then it means the more multiple sources for people to source the information. But of course, there are people who are stuck to particular media houses, and you can't do anything about it. There are millions who are watching and listening to us now. They just can't wait, and they know that there are several other media outlets there, but they are with us because they know this is where they will get the most credible election, results and election information, and eventually, get to be able to judge which of the two parties is not being, straight with the facts.
Have you paid attention to how the international media has covered as I understand it's been described as a boring election?
Yeah, because people are not throwing tantrums and people are not fighting. And I think that, so I get that perception sometimes from some of these people. And I've read a couple of those that said, it's a thorn issue between the former president. And they describe them in some ways. I actually feel that sometimes the international media, of course, we too, sometimes we choose very wonderful headlines to make our point.
Like?
And, the headlines should be a little bit spicy so that people feel it in their throats when they are consuming it. And I'm not disputing that's something that's done. But I think I sense to some extent some attitude. The attitude that these are backward people on some continent in Africa who do not know their left from right.
Oh, really?
We also saw what happened in the U.S. with coverage. We also what happened in the U.S. with the conduct of their politicians. Some of the things they did there, I'm convinced no Ghanaian politician will do.
But that's the outlier Donald Trump.
Oh, no, who says it's only Donald Trump? There are more serious issues than Donald Trump.
We are in COVID. COVID has changed everything.
And
so if you have seen boring campaigns...
Yes.
But have the campaigns really been boring? When the politicians have thrown the same things they're asking everybody to keep to the COVID, protocols... The president himself, who has issued the EI's executive instruments that say, if you don't wear a face mask, don't move out of your home. Okay, he's had and I've said it elsewhere, I'll say it again. He's had the super spreader events where you have thousands of people gathering, and many of them, or most, do not care about wearing a mask. And both of them are guilty. The two major parties, they are guilty of it. So, even in the midst of COVID, they have tried to, as it were, enliven the campaign.
Some people actually say COVID has helped.
No, but look at it in this way again. We are used to every regime getting its fair share of 8 years. Correct?
Yeah.
So far, that's what we have done.
Yes.
In the Fourth Republic.
We have not jettisoned any, particular president midway. So,
except, of course, those who
So to have the NDC perform the way it has done, I don't think it has been boring.
Okay.
I don't think it's been boring.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Raymond likes to remind. Like Raymond likes to remind me.
I think we are not looking at it from that perspective. Whatever the end will be, the NDC has made a lot of gains.
Put up a very good fight.
It has made a lot of gains, and you would have expected that they would not have been able to do that.
Okay.
You would have expected that they would not have been able to do that because the people's minds will be, why? 4 years, they give him the next 4 years because that's what we are used to.
But that's if they are considering, forgive me, if they are considering the political party. but they are considering the individuals.
We're taking the conversation from the media to the political party.
I wanted just a little addendum to the point.
Raymond. So, I mean, I was just going to ask, I think you can make the point, but I think I was just going to ask what your expectations are as we wait for the declaration of the media in terms of how we put it out there. I mean, our responsibilities and how, probably a boring conversation, but I think it's a necessary part of it all.
I don't expect any media house to play reggae that sounds like they are going to war.
Reggae?
Yes, that sounds like they're going to war.
Reggae doesn't sound like you're going to war.
I mean, as in reggae with tones that are suggestive of trouble and
maybe
all
you
of
want
that.
to say they shouldn't be playing. I don't think you
For
appreciate
example,
music a lot.
If they play,
but otherwise, reggae is not what you want to
crazy
say.
bald heads out. The undertones,
right.
the subtext to it will give some suggestions. I don't expect that kind of posturing.
So people should be mindful of the kind of songs that they play.
Yes. I also did not expect inflammatory language. So, for example, the Media Foundation for West Africa has consistently told us the people who say the things that are not required to be said on air. Some of them we know own some of these stations. I expect that the media will be responsible enough not to extend that kind of conduct.
But you said they own the station. Will you stop your boss from
I am
coming
basically
to
isolating those stations out of the other space. Yeah. And it should not be extended to media that is required and responsible and has been seen to be reasonable.
Okay.
Because you give it a lot of power if you put them elsewhere.
Okay.
So that is what I expect from them. I also do not expect the media to put the speed ahead of credibility going forward. Because credibility is all you have. Yeah. If you throw it into the dustbin, regardless of how fast you deliver whichever thing you are delivering, it will not work.
That's true.
I expect the media to also be mindful of the circumstance we find ourselves. See, you can say anything you want to say. Freedom of speech is allowed. But you should know that your freedom of speech should not destroy the nation. And that kind of temperate language is actually what I expect from media practitioners and the people they select to put on their network. Sensitivity at this time matters.
That's true.
I'm not asking you to be, what they call it, censored one way or the other. I'm saying you should be sensitive because this is the only nation we have. Some of us, we don't have dual citizenship. Some of us, we do not.
Even though your visa is still valid. Your visa for the UK is still valid,
yes,
right?
But we do not have dual citizenship.
I don't have any visas in my passport at the moment.
I see. Some of us cannot run away to any other place. So we should be mindful that elections should just be another period where we choose leaders who are going to help us develop, who are going to help the poor get better, and not ways where we indulge the poor and subject them to more poverty and abject poverty-related stuff.
So
if that is the mind with which we do our work, with which all media people, and not acting as surrogates of political party, and not acting as their poodles, if I could use Martin Hamidou's exact words, we will get it well, we will move on, we will do a very wonderful and splendid work. And that's the expectation from now onwards.
Hopefully it won't sound like a cliche in the ears of the people who are listening. And I want you to wrap up on that part of the conversation, Samson, with your thoughts on political ownership of media houses. I think it's been a big deal. And how it plays into this part of the conversation. Anybody has a right, of course, to own whatever it is that they want to own. But some people, especially within the media that I've spoken to, have raised concerns about that trend we're beginning to see where all these media houses are springing up.
It's about responsibility, being responsible. Like Raymond said, yes, we have the freedoms that are guaranteed by the Constitution. But you know that whilst there is freedom of speech, there's not exactly freedom after speech. There could be freedom before you speak. But after you speak,
we cannot guarantee.
Depending on what you deal with, it may not be guaranteed.
Right.
And people have, exercised their rights, either their right to a rejoinder, or they have run to the NMC, or they have taken people to the court over defamation and the rest of them. Political ownership is something that we have tried to stop by introducing the broadcasting bill. In the broadcasting bill, which the politicians will not pass, they haven't passed for how many years now? Almost a decade now. And they will not pass because if you are politically exposed, you cannot be giving a license to run a media house.
Based on that bill?
Yes. You will not be giving a license to run a media house.
So it might not even be as lucky as the right to information when it turns 18.
Exactly. We have seen politicians, as Raymond said, who own media houses and what they have turned the entities to, you know, and they are on their media platforms every day, insulting everybody. Unfortunately, they get praised by their party people, irrespective of the reckless stuff that they churn out. Of course, a responsible media house like Multimedia, I doubt some of those characters, you will entertain them on your platform. It's the same way that, you know, the over 450 radio stations across the country, with the exception of those that those people own, so they have unfettered access, you will expect that they will exercise the same sense of responsibility not to allow, you know, such people the opportunity on their platforms. Particularly like this time. You give your platform to some of these, you know, they are so loose. You know, they, as if they speak before they think, and they say just anything.
Anything, right.
You know, so we have to be careful not to give the platform to such characters. Because once we do, they would say the things that they have to say, and you never know how it ends. So we have a responsibility to exercise that kind of, you know, responsibility.
Okay, I'll just read on the back of that this joint statement from ECOWAS, AU, and UNOWAS. It says joint statement of ECOWAS, African Union, and UNOWAS on the post-election situation in the Republic of Ghana. 8th December, of course, is the date, and it reads: "We, the heads of ECOWAS and African Union election observation missions, and the special representative of the UN Secretary General for West Africa,
you can say I'm a bad
and head of
citizen, but
UNOWAS,
see,
that's
there's no
Chamba,
mark.
Dr. Ibn
I didn't
Chambers,
vote.
commend the people of Ghana for peaceful conduct of the 7th 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. This is in line with Ghana's enviable track record of organizing peaceful and successful elections since the return to multi-party democracy in 1992. Second paragraph says, as Ghanaians await the announcement of final official results by the Electoral Commission, the heads of ECOWAS and African Union election observation missions to Ghana and UNOWAS urge all political stakeholders and the citizenry to exercise patience and remain calm. Final paragraph, in recognition of the important role of the political leaders, especially the two major parties, the NPP and the NDC, in preserving the peace in line with their commitment, including the signing of the Peace Pact on 4th December 2020, we urge all political parties and their leadership to respect the spirit and letter of these commitments. Furthermore, we appeal to political parties and their followers to refrain from any conduct that may undermine the successful conclusion of the electoral process. We also call on state institutions to continue to carry out their responsibilities with professionalism and transparency. We reaffirm our solidarity with the people of the Republic of Ghana in their quest to consolidate their democracy, and it's signed by three heads, or the three heads of these institutions. I don't know if you have any comments on the back of that. Otherwise, talk a little bit about our sponsors, and then we can zoom in and talk about what is happening or what is going to happen in Parliament.
Okay, but I think it's a good statement. I mean, it's in tune with what these unions are actually supposed to be doing as continental and intercontinental observers. I know that the various people you reference had observer teams across the country, and they have picked up information. I think it's in sync with what we have also been saying here, that the ultimate aim of elections is not to kill people. It's not to turn it violent and make it look like, I mean, everything is at stake, when the most important part is that elections are a means to an end. Elections are for you to select responsible leaders who will lead you to your destination of actually getting you more development. If the election end up in trouble, in all of the things that are not desirable, there's no need for it. And these statements have come from various bodies. Yeah. Sometimes you feel proud when the first line they gave out there, that Ghana has an enviable track record.
And they do that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you should feel proud about it. But the second line also suggests to you that the tendency for you to deviate from that track record is there.
Exactly.
But do not deviate from it. Okay. I am hoping that we will not deviate from it. I'm hoping that we will continue with our track record. More importantly, I'm hoping that we will not stay with the track record of just doing elections. I am hoping that when we go forward, our elections will be a means to which we deliver proper development to the people. It is high time we stopped marking our democratic credentials with mere elections. We should move into making sure that pure, proper democracy, the elements are known to every other person and are really experienced in the lives of the ordinary person. And in this case, the woman at the Makola market, the woman in my hometown, the other people who do not necessarily engage government at this level or do not care about merely voting for voting. Or voting means to them better education, voting means to them better healthcare, voting means to them having to live a better life. Those are the things that we should start marking our democracy by, not by the aesthetics of having to go take a check or on a ballot box or the ballot paper at some point.
That's it. That process is a very important part of the democratic process.
It's clearly expected of them. I worked with the ECOWAS Observer Group. 2006, we went to Nigeria to observe, and they issue these statements from their secretariat once in a while, depending on the temperature, that they measure according to what is going on. So it is fine. And they reference the two leaders to the peace pacts that they have signed on to. I think it's very good, but like I stated earlier, nobody has signed to a peace pact and agreed that they will not express their reservations when wrong is being done. Somebody may say, see, if wrong is done, go to court. No. It's very wrong. That kind of language that is always quick to say go to court is very wrong.
As if going to court means you can't speak about it.
Exactly. So the thing is that they have what it takes to communicate whatever reservations they have without coming across as though we are at a war front. They can do so, okay? So if someone has seen something wrong and there is a forum to ventilate, they should do so. If the forum to ventilate is to use a press conference and to speak to their members across the country, they should do so, but not do it in a way that undermines the very process that we are undertaking.
I hope they're listening, and that then it's not just listening, but actually sometimes it becomes, you wonder how people think, because we talk about these things over and over again, and sometimes you still see the same things being repeated. I really hope sincerely that things will be different. Now, we've seen, and as according to Joseph Opoku Gakpo, who is our parliamentary correspondent, he gave me a list, and we'll perhaps perhaps get the others. I have at least 28 of members of parliament who have lost their seat. I want us to have a bit of a conversation around that. I think it'll be interesting. But I'm hoping that there's a way you out there can join us in
yɛmpɛ Ghana accident bi abɛsi almost 20 break ne kakra. The OCC is here crying psychological.
Yeah.
Omo ye ne say ya na I said.
Ye koni nya.
I said ha nya e wo ho a
amanfo you cry bread.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah. There are times deliberately omutimi eliki even figures ni bi.
Yeah.
For purposes media houses no say all links e tight or wha.
Yeah.
Yetumi find way bi e ma obi. Yen kan kire plain but say ba dwemba na oni pa ni di nkomo.
Smarter you know.
Enti obo say figures ni be sha sia ababa. Ni nyina na ye way a chale adene de ase enya anye yi o na we kura asese na we kura asese nti enya ba
na you
already no what the kind fa yinumu kakra nti but enu enya nresa level no enya nru ho easy way de oye ne de ama afrejan kura de nanka yi
confidence afrejan ko 5 days
3 days
no there be afrejan de no like ne nim say sa no te and America no confidence captain so can chance about my bicycle na my bicycle me patch chance can chance about me 4x4 na me ba no auto bicycle si ho. That is the difference. Afrejan de no ye nim say afrejan de wanya ne chewing gum or wanya ne tilapia or hwe omo hwe cartoons ya no da wa na ya oh ofanie oye na yiri ade ne ya
da ko ho fie de
oya never we are on phone no baga wire want me no na I say on phone bia ho
just wait that we are recounting or say we Afrejan nka he will just call you people hey none of you people had 50 plus we are going on a run onyame no see you onyame ka ba wa frame party saka say who be any onya 50% na me mam monko prepare you be ko run ansa na e bi kra de eche na wa be ka che Ghana for say we nya say 3 e ko run off
enti yenya abotre yenya obeye but isi yentem
yemo mpa bibia be ebi so at said you can no by this time no penifo na Ghana for na omo Ghana ne omo dia no
oh ba kwa no kan pa no ya de pa ye Kofi Annan nyame mfa ne currency ono say na on the and he had a nice way of letting you understand sexually and we are say we
come here be na me tifi na me hunu by this time say hey
ya sababa o be see yi
maluzu
David okoha enti no oba o a e could be any
me be because me nim bi o be ka o hwe de gas e wa na be say when you say that say really and it's good. It's good. So far your conduct here well. Me say apart from this politicians they do maybe exaggerations no. And then so kunipa we were and by now OT reportage binuma I think I counted about nipa said 10 or 12 na binuma report say yakum but enye sanity. Enye sanity. Menka say yembo bia tu ana bibia te say but ya moma yensusu ha ya ni de nsiye esi wo ha ni ade no ha cause Ghana na ne wo na nu ani atiase ni Ghana foforo bia wo ba foforo bia bio
o ba Ghana ya ade
nti eno ano no
Ghana ya ade
mo de camera no beto so
dabi
your projection o se what project you studio hang on o mo fa camera no
obi anfa camera bi anto so yen so asa fa camera to so obi asma we are cameraman
no but we out of how many oh it's a question
it's a question so no out ti ono de okoba
maybe say
dey bia anamon kan out of ni na 275
me ko di dia ba
okay Kofi
Aduma wani so kwa ko di dia ba
the projection no say America say o hwe mama me bia say what mama for hwe ade isire sa no mama hwe bi isire
tago do betman kan yu
mama me video na ade tare bi show one
Dabi don't Malinda Hoya. Don't.
Young come for those on young corners. Here we are. And I'm changing you.
Where are you? Come on, Yanko.
Election Eye. The Election Eye. Are you?
Eti, get ready quite soon.
Have you covered?
Let me shut the headphones. Tango.
Kabi.
Ulman has sent a message. What message about I say, Mammy Phobia. I say,
Ofana.
Offa say,
oh, sir.
Can convoy him, my boy for but on night.
Hey, over the election edges out.
Mammy Phobia.
Okay.
Until Faja, as an Cambodia for.
Now, that's what I was saying. Offer.
The bed, you know. Debut. Or Tim Comedy, no one here.
Over my foot to a beer, a debasin. Anytime Bia will be dim at Temo radio, so. Oh, my Juma, me, and Biano. Namakai. Okay, that nation's cap, na born or Ghana Hana. As a Mojan free camp. So Ghana food dinner to me, be a canema, in the papa. Eh, Ghana phone form Black Stars or mobile. And of a friend. Okay, as someone. Me. Minimum penny or Ghana.
Yeah, me.
A dear channel pa. Radio so sebi ubia. Or minor. Se me dane kra de man simanum. Se onhwe man no so simanum pa. On to any panokra na bi okra heading onim ne left from the right. Se any pan to be fa phone. Se radio so di matem. Can you pay bia de kire me. But eno no me nka se nti no. Man no maja to ho me nye bio. Me wo de simani so a me pray dia kwa kope. Doesn't mean that somewhere do what tema ball waja umobio. Is it Janjina whole show forms are also that's not sign a chi or call back to camp. And the anytime be the radios you be at him, I wasn't as hard and I had the mirror. Na be simeni na makai saa de no na makase me will be simeni so
me we yakra na maka thank you but I thought I na bi o ashi
wenti e ma bumfu
da be me bu de mfu ye sabo 11
o da bi amamfo hyeden mu but tom nai dodo na
ya deba medika ka tro se nanado e wo more than 6 million votes. John Dramani Mahama more than 6 million votes. What's it?
Over 6K. Show Facebook not or more than so move on to
6K.
No, because the police because more than one so move on this one.
It's Obianya 6 million. It's okay 2016 the figures necessary but then they go actually no. And then I did ko krom no buy no. They na go actually no. Pacho say 4 million. Still, I'm in touch with producer.
Alexa Pauso Dubai about 3 a.m. Still on night.
Producer say, "Oh, yes, sign language." You been touch it. Producer say, "Person Chelsea." Okay, what the kasana men kwa honkoti.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. And we are still live. Angel 102.9. Ya can't tell that and so say number of affiliates. We come say Angel 96.1 and I feel so say Patasi Potemo Pure FM and Holy FM. We are live. Television station 1HD TV. We are live on 1HD television at the same time, and so Obo TV, we are live. Ion TV, we are live. Nox TV, and several other TV stations are live. Honomo radio stations also there. Doso Bubruja, we are live. Honomunina, Amam for Omomuti, Facebook pages, so we are live. YouTube, Honom so Okwa, your YouTube, no so Ubenya na Sadia Kan, Yugusha Edmanaka, Kakrabi. As the day eka the iron almost a adwuma no na say the eka nye yentimi tran declare elections the electoral commission and that's just what you ma me gen and that to me nyina e wono ho
we okay
be fine we are
ready
we are fine
we are sure so you ready
we are ready
Facebook for no share to a friend to share to a friend to share to another friend. And then those of you listening to radio, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another friend. 6.4 that's our former meal. And
2% cost and hit the same.
20k so. Say Namako 15.8.
Yeah.
We agenda 2020.
Hey! Obviously, I don't go next level. Takwa shorty. Madam Hetty. Utie me. Me say I don't go next level. I will takwa. Obviously, shorty.
Hey.
No.
Get close to your TV.
The Election Eye.
The 2020 presidential elections. ABN Election Eyes provisional results. Presidential.
The Election Eye. We have you covered.
Hi everyone, my name is Miss B and you're listening to my boy GH Boy. Don't go anywhere. Tiptoe Swag. You're listening to GH Boy.
The Election Eye. We have you covered. Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered.
Hey, what's up, guys? Your boy Kitty. You're listening to GH Boy.
Hi everyone, my name is Miss B and you're listening to my boy GH Boy. Don't go anywhere. Tiptoe Swag.
All right. Saturday, I would like to stand. I would like to stand. This is the Election Eye.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered. This is Angel.
Boko, 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 Boko.
Are you?
The Election Eye.
The Election Eye.
So this is the election eye. Miweni yina yaweni. We started this journey together. Ewo eye bronya bosume ne da etoso enson mekire enra. Ena yede abai ede hyehyɛ so. Ede emere ne bi eka ho ema wonyina no wogina mu etoye. Notably Bantama in the Ashanti region and other parts of the country where certain polling stations intimi antowon abano enyina. Parliamentary resource in the woko various coalition centers na yabomodia abubo bebre. Actually, who is your MP? And it when ne lucinti obe free parliament 7 January 2021. So candidates and when they eba parliament, congratulations. But men jubilate men mawaninje na unko huru obi emma obi bumfu na nkofa ohaw bia mfa mre oman. Sa wonso walusu a mejidi yesa na nka nyesa na openo na nka opene senka ebia ka wonso obenwin. Na so unfortunately no entimi amba so sa pacho wiase nyina mba wieye ene. We are say Embe year 2021. Embe year 2023. We are say Embe year 2024. Into this adumbi dumo na wo hwe ho so yie bompa ye kira abofo no wo boa no wo butu wo so a. Fie na ye wo ye nim no wo betimi asan ba. Na watimi abejinemu ebiem. Sheriff, monfa presidential candidate no images no 12 no na sa coverage ye presenters. Me Senior Kwame Adinkra, Senior Kwame Nasambaine, chairman. Kofi Adoma Wawani, ya brefo ya chira Kwame Tanko ɛna ɔbɛboa yɛ nyinaa yɛka yɛ ho sisi ani sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛbɛtumi akɔfa elections yi ama wo ɛna afei Kojo Dixie na ɔbɔ ne din na agye wobɔ tinko kakraka Kojo Dixie na de tinko no aka ho na sa coverage was put together by the entire management, the executive management of ABN. Yejitu say all our partner stations, sister stations, affiliate stations, yinano, yebeka bomna ya cover sa electioning. Intino yeshase ye ho hyehyɛ and I appointed Kofi Aduma Wawani as the director of news ewo ABN. Say onye chairman of the elections committee. Eye meetings mienu eduru baabi no mpanifo ewom esanhyiae. Myself as the director of operations for the entire ABN. Stacy, the executive director of ABN. Teflon Bronzy, the chief executive officer of ABN. Kojo Dixon, the general manager of Angel 102.9. Ochame Kofi, the programs manager of Angel 102.9. Kwame Tanko Efi and Kumase Ebaye. Kwame is the morning show host of Angel 96.1. And Afei Minua Apew. And so Kwame Tanko producer, also ye news editor ewo Angel 96.1. And no echino Kwame na Sambaini kasa meeting ne ho na afei do baby ni breaking meetings ni na into certain departments and committees. Na Evans Apentine was the leader of the technical team from TV, and our able, wonderful radio technicians as well joined. Producers are a share keka niyama CNE edemaye all news editors across ABN, led by Apew. And afei Jerry Chachro Modi, head of production, ABN. Konti, online department head, Eka Ehon. And afei Patrick ewo Angel 102.9 newsroom. Na wonwa aka eka ho achu ewo ye nchen ha achu senior technician. Na enye fedi agro ya ye adwuma ne sa Pacho say Godwin and the online department for nyina so ABN munama wo say
say I don't go secretary simen kan cho say simen kan chiro so wa woni madwon so wa ye
enti NG group ni adonko group for nyina any ABN nyina me nyi twen enyi adoa and yekeka sa niema we na sisi ani say you be cover this year's election in a grand style, even though Afei and a year elections are ABN as a group cover together. The stations are war across the country, you know. You can't in Aboma say, yeah, make us say all the 30 stations, no FA, TV stations, no HD,
1HD television.
Any other television stations in Patrobobo?
Or Board TV, Knox TV. Knox TV Africa, Ion TV, and so and other radio stations are Omunina, so FB. Also, Captain, in Ukraine, almost by 7 TV stations are Omunina Ahuki Ona, Omofa. Number of radio stations, and also Sunday, we say Omonso Omo F, Captain.
Now, it's TV stations in Sunina. And VOV radio and so Volta Region. It's no production team no ha. Na Jerry Chachomo de et figures ni be film no de akabi wo mfimfin ho e de abrami sese ya ansa yakọ projection nankasa eso. Enti eye candidate makoma ko du mienu ena afiwe wakoye moya de pa muti adwuma woto ho pa dodo ma de na candidates edu emienu no Nana Danko Akufo-Addo oye candidate on that number 1 Nana enya 76 years oye lawyer and osanso Bachelor of Science in Economics waware ni reading at Rebecca. The otosu mienu John Dramani Mahama yeta etwanisin JDM. Owomfie eduasa bako 61. Eduosia 61 years. Oye media and communication aspect. Our postgraduate diploma in communication studies. And also waware oda number 2 na yere edin de Lordina. The otoso emiensa Eyo Penny Christian Kwabena Andrews. 55 years. Or a teacher by profession. Or sanso edisofo. Na hutedi powers of Udiemuno. Ye freno chiri abosom. Ohusa wo ye bosom pe. Na wusi obi krom. Obeba betu atu egu. Vote awenya no. Ye beba be kani na abom na yaka akyerɛw. Also owo yere. Eno eda nchen ya de otoso enan. Eye Ivor Kwabena Green Street. Ojina eye CPP anemu. 54 years. Or a lawyer or professional law course. And I feel so no ononso de se waja wade nti oni yere ti no se bia wo nua ba bi wo ho a betimi atro application aba Kwabena samba ni mo behwem na omatimi a connect wo sister the otoso enum mame akua donko pacho mame no eni ni din no so me ye ne ye friend santia akua donko with 65 years. The profession a farmer and politician. Suku de ECD ma ye ne chese ye nil chese wankobi. Owukunu ewo ma. The otoso ensia Henry Herbert Latte with 66 years. He's a finance, agribusiness, and international trade aspects. Ukita MBA Economics and Finance. Ono de oye single. Minim se wa worried that the single de cheso wada. Ti oye single. Ti we de kwine da hono wa eso pa. The tokuro is a huge tokuro. You can go through and have him. Yeah, baby, your projection is a Tom say you know na isi so de beto so pepepe na kyerɛ sɛ wobɛtumi ayɛ first lady nti wobɛtumi ama no awaawa nadwe kyena na kyerɛ sɛ sɛ ɔno na ɛkora a na woyɛ first lady ano no deɛ ɔtɔ so nson ɛyɛ ɔpani Hassan Ayarga of 48 years, the youngest amongst all the presidential candidates for this year's presidential elections. He's an accountant by profession and holds bachelor's degree and honorary doctorate degree. Ononso Owo Yere. The Otoso and Watche a Percival Kofi Akpalu. Ono na the second youngest of 49 years. Original party a friend of LPG Somihane mu. He's an accountant by profession. The highest educational qualification ACCA MBA Strategic Management. Ononso Owoyere. The Otoso Enkono David Asibi Ayendeneba Apasra of 58 years, or a social worker by profession and holds a bachelor's degree. He is also married. The Otoso Edu Bridget Akosia Jogbenuku Ejina PPP, former Miss Ghana, of 51 years. She is an entrepreneur by profession and holds first degree as a highest educational qualification. She is single, very beautiful, sleek. And you know, what Bema or 1 out to you 51 ne pepe na what track akra. Wobɛtumi abɛyɛ first gentleman na kyerɛ sɛ waa ɛna wokorɔ ogyina PPP den mu deɛ ɔtɔ so du baako ɛyɛ Her Excellency the former First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, the longest served First Lady, Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, was 72 years. The party NDP. She is management consultant by profession, and her highest educational qualification is management consultancy. She is married, but she is a widow now. And the last contestant on this year's presidential ballot on number 12 is Mr. Alfred Kwame Asiedu Walker, independent candidate, over 64 years. He is a design engineer by profession, holds master's degree as his highest educational qualification, and he is also married. Afei yankɔhwɛ wɔn running mates. First slide na ɛbaeɛ no. Na me bɔ me nsɛm maa mo no. Na yɛnhwɛ wɔn running mates. So who becomes the vice president of the Republic of Ghana? Pacho Yoba anase Oyebema. We'll tell you quite shortly our projections for this year's presidential elections. Na flag bearer bia eyi ne running mate. Intino ebabo modiana yede eno so de atoso ama na woni me akan. Before that one, Jerry Pacho we what if we producer say ma woso ama ti me come phone so na ma hwe ti ye mama producers ne kwan na o maka bibi na omo wi a na fe yabobo running mates and they will tell you the projections. Apple.
Captain, the bus is here and say NDP. flag bearer. Mame Ajiman Kunedu Rawlings.
Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings.
Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings. Ne party no chairman, national chairman, Alhaji Muhammad Frimpong.
Pacho Ejapa TV for so say Oma Fire live.
Ejapa for Mama Ajo. And the chairman no dia tuju ase maame no a concede defeat. Chairman Alhaji Muhammad Frimpong. E dia tuju ase maame na concede defeat na fe wa wo hye Nana Adodan Kwakufuado Tidinkwa. Enti de eba sisi ano no.
Ono so congratulating Nana Adodan Kwakufuado.
Aye.
All right. Pacho
na the woman say ye besa amanfo hu say ye projections na ye no. Enye de obi atwero agu
traffic and I say car no say Obantama ha Eden pa Udu baby am say nipa no awura kwan nim na kwan asi Udu baby nipa no age kwan na fa ebi nso awura ho ebi jeja car so na say na mu jubilate no ade betimi cause accident omu jeja car so any ade any je no ewa Bantama pa yeah, also Bantama constituency High Street specifically anyway
no I am my front of that it is that's my front MPP winning election from all electoral areas. Obiaba Bantama, I am Florida, and I Japan from day one. Yeah, kind election. No, I didn't who say Ganado. I take a lead. We take a lead. No, your mama. Sign of I really election no. Your mama never press conferences. We are in now. Yet who be answer the followers. No, person. Now what to be now only Kakra so and you'll be enemy of our any general also NPP awene and who's the NDC for so back me no bi who's a t-shirt and mu Bantama for now I'm very tolerant other political parties so and I'm kabom ejo on any uncle, and you may as I did you. I Japan, Abano, Yahusi Arene, numbers of Moda. Abema, any general adults. Nah, yes, yeah, that's all Bantama. Bantama. Bantama High Street, no, and when na afano mostly no yeah na shops now no Bernard beer bar as a drinking spot and edu maybe adiasa what do any Bantama any je wa papa any je wa Bantama on normal days so Guyana and agro na MPP for Mbunu Adrian say president
presidential candidate Nana Akufo-Addo asa awene for any Ashanti region, various constituencies. Amunina Akabom and Amojo and anyone Bantamaha. Any general also, I was so a man telling him about the Senate. I'm not a crying afa and Nana Akufo-Addo NPP and Amojo when he Obiasa Bantama. MPP are winning, even though electoral commission and then declare the final results. I'm not telling people from other constituencies, a be free, Isha's constituency, a be free, Share constituency, various constituencies, squad so Swami. Bebenashe, honorable chairman about T-shirt. Chesa, Amufi, Swami constituency, and also Abba Bantamaha, Abba, Samusuni Bantama for Eka Abom Adwa. Senana Misikano, security for the soldier for no, Amunamu, Minister cameraman not to be the Tuamusaka, or the camera. No choice if you are saying Kaho, but soldier for our about our motions in a sicko. Now, there's a other side, police force so let's just say police force so let's just say a member. Yes, message them. I'm not telling you about the full François. I'm free. Swami constituency. I didn't know.
MPP are far from you.
We are sure.
Yes. Now I'm here.
South T-shirt. Now, over here, I'm anyway.
Yeah, be free, Afrancho. Conma Francho.
Now, what for car to do some more about the Bantama?
Then I don't know. You know, you're my power, you're my auntie. Sabu Wahani and the crowd and auntie, and I'm Waha.
Let's be anxious and Akufo-Addo. I bet when it. What by yourself, I can't train. I mean, I don't want to know about area. No, Bantama.
No, Melquano. You have your my Hundi Aqua.
Better
Kratom. You said, Anna. And they are almost 12 o'clock. Yenda, and your mother's sister. Ama, Bibiaco. Overseas. Overseas. No fire. Fabrice and free buy. Another room. And I buy 4 more.
From different constituencies, and I'm going to Bantama constituency. So, quite no, I say, never say, I'm Rantiano, I'm Bochenku, I'm from constituency. If you from Tatra, and I'm going to do the other end of the Bantama High Street. Jackson, I'm a Jackson. I'm a if you want to come, and Nippon, I'm a Sinomu, I'm a bar, I'm a Johnny, our Bantama. I need to know them, Papa. I'm not telling him about it. MPP, after when you're Bano, and I must see Bantama constituency. I need to know, I know thing. Hey, anyway, Musu come on. And what for you come? Of constituency. I'm from Africa. Abba, Bantama, I'm also ever joining. Time I'm about. Oh. Time I'm Mudura. Send your citiano. Oh, Chebe, be so in the Casape. A man tell you, be a banana say, there be a woman also no Casa. I need general thing. I need general thing. Bantama High Street. Yagusuaha. Me hanga maninka. Yeah, na pop crowd Bantama. I said, be about Bantama High Street man. Yeah, can't ever protect. And see, what's that? What was Shabako? Who said I was a man telling me, I'm going to be because I know her and saw her and know her and I know her. I know some of the Germany. It's what the traffic watch on? Baby, you're dear, come at here. And then another driver, what are you? Your friend of Yamasa. Who the traffic move? Who didn't bear any? Oh, Gromasa. Bantama constituency, you're free, G runabout, and the animal say, baby, I do no enter, you better do, but ever do a report Johnson. You're not to move, but say, do a report Johnson, near her, any general, any Nippano, send a city. Now, met me, I promise you, say, in the next 2-3 hours, say, Yabuba Banana say MPP, I win election where many sure say a quiet year from Quibena baby alpha because Nipa I do want anybody to handle and anybody get to Nipa Pina, the best I can. Nipa Pina and say Yabuba Bano, na Senia. I'm walking back to Mahano, then I go forward to me when near. Nipa Bahano, best and ya who no bear me and son as a night, and a Babaka home. I'm on my jaw and any. So that's it, background now. And people know, and so Nyata than any answer that, enter Dano, Bebena, Abo, victory is. Hey, that's a bank and farm was I want to be. I'm to be. I'm under 84. Oh, how many years? Oh, how many years? And let's have one to be. Let's have it now. And you may also be happy. We had a doing. Nana, who don't see me. Sir, now, so how many years? Oh, how many years? 11 years. 11 years. Now, I bet want to be. You're 2 years, and move about what bet you have. I do anything. Who fought in the arena? Who fought in the arena? Now, who fought the arena? Oh, on to be. A tenant of it, I had to inside the Ascot quarter. There you another energy that. And I needed that. Send us the channel of sɛ Nana Akufo-Addo ewi na enti ɛnɛ yɛ ni gyi da wapie ɔno nso bɛgye n'ani also want to be
Bachelor Debbie. A friend me Gladys.
Gladys, so how many years?
Bachelor me 12 years.
12 years. What's your name?
Bachelor me
and I do also. Yeah, I didn't tell.
If it's an another, we need the free education.
We knew.
We need. We need.
Sir, Bantama there. Yawu Ngakra, MPP ni. Yawu Wana MPP ni. Sanya results there for Bantama, Florida, MPP Florida no. Sanya city no. Yawu Waya MPP ni. And now I say more friend in Abba, Ebejo one any. And I say Omude one friend in Oba Asabejo. One more friend report. Abepo a part of Bantama constituency. Okwa Abepo Junction. Ekwa Asewa Abepo ni. Georgia. And I'm a chairman, Kumarika, I'm a Georgia. Flake near him to me. To say, I before for a branch of Abonium, I friend Coco Fleck. Anonymous now, a motor chairman, a motor chamber. What's me, sir? Now, all form for the local. And another. That's how I want to be. Gifty Akosa. That's every constituency better.
If you swami, swami. Any bar. Nanado are winning in Iwahano.
Easy, and I'm Babano. Tenant and William Casanado by the Aboboya dear. Into a raining dada. And this is for crying himself. Are raining. Bobon will TV so TV for me. I will say, Nanado are raining. It's Nanado are raining again. And one no, you're too solo. Kunamadiachi. This was Palmo Power Night. Then fun would be. I'm not telling him about one corner how. And Penny Fossil and it's John Dawson. Send him a sick and soldier Fossil. Mammy, what's free? The Bishop, you have report dancing. I don't know, and you may, you both say, you both say. That's a number, but this MPP are winning. I did you say you are winning? Wabeka by all Miss Wabeka and his son and I were winning. Wabeka on an winning, and they were winning. And it's on another day. Sir, Oko across the street, Amobonium, and you more bono, Mahama Numa, or their campaign. And I say, Emeritiano, Ebono, and it's honor, and also across the street, and Yagro. And 4 years ago, if MPP ever near, Bibiacha said, Mahama Num are born a few way. I'm the better, I'm the better of any. So, okay, 4 years ago, Unapo. Captain, can we show? So, MPP before to me when this election and you Mahama. And I said, NDC, and John Dramani Mahama, or I can't man Penina Dano. I'm with their campaign, MP before the Ebebo. Yeah, also, I before Jackson, I did. As a free account, as a Nippon and Shadow North, but still,
2016 and so.
Captain, 4 minutes more.
4 minutes more. Tamanami will multi-meet. Yeah, no. And also, English department for the English brand. This year, and so I'm winning 2020 general election. Any general Bantamano.
Captain, 3 minutes more. 3 minutes more.
I got 3 minutes.
Easy. officially. And announce you know. NPP
Northeast constituency region. Yeah, the better so amount. Say you be mount region sitting in area within the next 3 minutes, you know. Now they are so amount. TV where EFI, the Electoral Commission of Ghana, almost say, but all the amount one. Almost to some time near Koyani for an action I kind. Na Yanyana Yanko. Omuye Northeast sitting in Nano. Na Sada Abanukoyani. Region in Omakabo Muno. Nana Adodankwa Akufu Ado. Onya 122,742. 122,742. John Dramani Mahama 112,306. 306. Christian Kwabena and Henry Herbert Latte 198. Hassan Ayarga 376. Percival Kofi Apalu 505. David Asibi Apasra 579. Bridget Akosia Jokwenuku 205. Nana Kuredu Watchman Rollins 322. And then Alfred Kwame Asisi Walker Independent Candidates 322. It's a year Northeast constituency the Facebook or na wahuno akai. Mare fisa Yamawa Ashanti region dada. Say what the a year Northeast na yedema wono eka ho a Yama regions no emi no Upper West. This is certified 2020 presidential election results from the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Upper West. Nana Adodankwa Akufu Ado 121,000. Christian Kwabena Andrews 2,240. Ivor Kwabena Green Street 640. Equiador 360 360. Herbert Henry Herbert Latte 354. Hassan Ayariga 487. Percival Kofi Apalu 742. PNC Apasra 2,794. Bridget Dokwanuku PPP 328. Shanti region and another Danko Akufado na winning region no. Ofa northeast so another Danko Akufado and a winning SR region for northeast no. Upper West John Dramani Mahama and a winning Sa region no. Now to Ahafo region. Another Danko Akufu Yakeka Mantoni in Abono 145,584 45,584 145,584 John Dramani Mahama 116,485 116,485 Christian Kwabena Andrews 1,493 Ivor Kwabena Green Street 194 Ekwadonko 49 Henry Herbert Latte 51 Hassan Ayarga 150 Percival Kofiak Palu 113 David Asibi Apasra 82 Bridget Akosha Jogbenuku 52 Nana Kuredu Wajman Rollins 135 and Alfred Kwame Asiedo Walker 103 Enti wo ahafonso Nana Adodankwa Akufu Ado Anwene Eye region no Afeyenko Volta region. Volta region. The Yabuboy na ya region sinina. Waka abum ewoho. Volta region. Nanado Dankwa Akufo Ado. 100,481. 100,481. John Dramani Mahama 606,508. 606,508. Christian Kwabena Andrews 4,679. 4679. CPP Ivor Kwabena Green Street 705 Ekwadonko 180 Herbert Latte 158 Hassan Ayarga 406 Percival Kofi Apalu 237 David Apasra PNC 220 Bridget Jogbenuku PPP 314 Nana Kuredu Wajman Rollins 617 and Alfred Kwame Asiedu Walker 442. Let me. It's a Volta region. John Dramani Mahama.
That's before.
And Winnie region no and so ewo eho. Pachojina mami ebono no ntamna memfa bono no enwom obebi abasesi a momo de anu susadodo maye pani wate amia do menya 40 menya 40 wate Bono region Pacho region na me boni na Pacho wo tro nti ye bo Ashanti anu we hu de owoni Ashanti ye ka we anu we hu de owoni region we when a rainy region way ye we are projection ye the two and Pacho ye nkasa ho Bono region Nana Ado Dankwa Akufo Ado 292,604. 292,604. John Dramani Mahama, 203,329. 203,329. Christian Kwabena Andrews Gum, 4,514. 4514. Ivor Kwabena Green Street 338 Ekwadonko 165. Henry Herbert Latte Adeniko Mrabium Asamakomiaso. Okay, so Hassan Ayarega 255. Percival Kofi Akpalu 216. David Apasra 209. Akosia Jokonuku 214. Nana Credo Wajman Rollins 21. Akosia 214. Nana Credo Wajman Rollins 235. And then Alfred Walker 374. Eno eye bono raging. It is so far. Apel Babuaye. Now regions na yabo bono watch the party bia regional party no and then a candidate and when ye but Ashanti region Mamemo Ashanti region and they say about that
Ashanti abo
ya border that it's Ashanti region why na when ye
NPP
and ye yen table ni ye kama I say ya wunyan to boase enti eti the da no atru ye bibi ewo eho oti region nana adodankwa akufu ado enti apawuwia na wama yehu regions dodo a yabobo cause say your regions makomako edunsia na anti yakọ na yehu de owene ewo ho oti region nana adodankwa akufu ado 103,865 103,865 John Dramani Mahama JDM 181,021 votes 181,021 Christian Kwabena Andrews Gum 2,459 CPP 265 Ekwadonko 200 GCPP 97 Eye Hassan Ayarga APC 195 Kofi Akpalu 228 PNC David Apasra 371 Bridget Akosia Jokwenuku 240 Nana Credo Wajman Rollins 263 and then Alfred Kwame Walker 282 me producer senior producer say ayana member born in time one more akano member born 10 producer say the akano say 10.6 one ti ye wi ana ye de ato ho na ye de ama you tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another friend ye call Central Region Nana Adodankwa Akufu Ado 613,804 ye ka region in abomu no 613,804 John Dramani Mahama 538,829 538,829 This is the election eye.
The election eye. We have you
Boom! 15,160. CPP 1,117. Ekwadonko 478. GCPP 361. Hassan APC 468. Kofi Akpalu 586. PNC 323. PPP 1042. Nana Grade Wajman Rollins 467. And then independent candidate 804. Into Central Region. So Yakeni Nabum and Yadi so Ede Abrewo Apeu Ebeboye na fe regions are Abano Wache Patia and when it
why regions do you saying?
Apobeni.
Okay. It's here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Mo
9. Papa is mommy.
9, yeah. Upper East, the Befa East, the and to the train.
Okay. Ashanti region, there no. On farmer men and on
account. You're region by region. You're really.
Ashanti region, East, the and Beba Sisia.
Okay.
But yeah, provisional results in that Hano. But with the NYA.
Good. And see, Sisia no. Yabo and song ewoha. And so no, the Edikan amebo. Bono region.
Memorable results, memorable votes, no.
Yeah,
with the Bono regional, no one party.
Already, and simple.
Bono no. NPP. And Erene I was for presidential and Kenti Nanado Dankwa Kufuado.
Nanado Erene or Bono region.
Bono region.
Yeah, the capital is
Sunyani.
Okay. Nanado Erene.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Volta region.
Volta.
John Dramani Mahama of NDC. And Erene.
John Erene Volta region.
Ahafo region.
Ahafo.
NPP Nanado Dankwa Kufuado and Erene.
Nanaso Rene Ahafo.
Okay.
Upper West. John Dramani Mahama of NDC and
Erene Upper West.
Northeast. NPP's Nana Adodankwa Kufuado.
Northeast Nana Nerene.
We have 112,000 and NDC. Captain. Central region. NPP's Nanado Dankwa Kufuado.
And Arene
Central.
Okay.
OT region.
Okay.
NDC's John Dramani Mahama.
Okay.
And Awene. Ashanti region. Nana Adodankwa Kufuado.
Nana Awene. Ashanti.
Is the official statement about Bonting? The Electoral Commission of Ghana.
Okay,
Nicholas.
But
what in term, you in term na yen contempt. Nafei, Monsomon fan two screen neso.
Okay.
Na and a dasono. Tino, Mamu of no money yen kind. Ye with projection. Ye the betum ne asoro ne yako. Obiankasa. Way every the Electoral Commission of Ghana. This comes to inform the general public that the commission is still receiving results from the regional coalition centers. Currently, the commission has received 14 results from the regional coalition centers with 2 outstanding.
Okay.
The commission is working with agents of political parties at the National Coalition Center at the head office of the commission. The agents are receiving all results. The agents are reviewing all results prior to certification by the chairperson of the commission, who is the returning officer of the presidential elections. The commission urges the general public to remain calm. The commission intends to post all certified presidential results on its website. The commission apologizes for its inability to declare the presidential results at 5 p.m. as planned. We, however, wish to assure the public that the process of collating results has been transparent, fair, and participatory. It has involved political parties' agents at all levels at the polling station, constituency coalition centers, regional coalition centers, and the National Coalition Center. At the time of issuing this release, 2 representatives each of the political parties, including representatives of the NDC, are at the commission, working with the commission staff at the National Coalition Center. the process is going on well. We wish to assure the public that contrary to speculations being put out by sections of the public, the process has been seamless and collaborative. The Commission will declare the election as soon as it receives results from the remaining 2 regional coalition centers. Meanwhile, the Commission has released the results for 7 regions on its social media platforms. It's the day in say, simple, easy say. 16 regions I war ewo memo hano. Opeso kachen said, Nensaka mako edu enai. Aka regions mienu pe no awie. Aka regions mienu pe no awie. Or say the commission has received 14 results from the regional coalition centers with 2 outstanding. Now, Ochebu bi say party say gina ye na obi anam sini wo ho a eba obi ahwem gitum asawa kagum wam or the abeto abonten. Commission ne say yen kanche Ghana fo yina say obi anya tamuchuku na said ye tie bia no de ne sabeka bia no obeje mu de ato ho at the amount 11.8. Commission is Australia yen fanche no wanyam yen from so say oka senka ode eye abato no sunsu aso ni na beba no num na eye nura because say do me no aboda wantimi amfamba na mmom no say ade makomako enson du nan na aba no emu enson ode eno egu eye no social media platforms ni na yen so ye de egu ho e de amount menim say production team no be ma yen kwan ana yen twen kakra hwese say isi be release for fra ana yen for production into.
But so far not say regions are ya ye no o se yen for Ashanti nkan ho.
Ashanti kan ho Nikoti easy.
Okay. Nana Adodanko Akufo-Addo
Patriotic
Party. Wawene Bono region which is 1. Wawene
so waka so Wawene Ashanti na waka so Bono region 1 there.
Me ka Ashanti me ba beka. Wawene Bono region which is 1.
Okay.
Wawene Ahafo region 2.
All right.
Wasan Awene Northeast 3. Wawene Central 4.
That's right.
Wawene Ashanti 5. 8 in the aba enti remaining 3 no say nso that John Dramani Mahama Awene voter region 1. And Wawene Upper West which is 2. Na afenso Uti which is 3.
That's right.
John Dramani Mahama as at now winning out of the 8 regions are now winning 5 regions. John Dramani Mahama are winning 3 regions. We a certified results are electoral commission and one kata nensashase political party representatives. Yeah, war and Canada kind of strong group.
When you law obeyana. We ni papa.
I some the cases way.
But you say day next year.
Or see next year me call law school.
Na so be.
I don't know me papa be interview ha me we ya na me call from Ghana Law School. O me say hey. Bobo ahuna bra. Da be yellow na dey we ya no your friend cross examination and your interview.
Indicator and the cano o share release your media by our kinds say no political party ni nyina. I was shocked when they specifically singled out the NDC.
Okay.
But now I'm so one person make a point because it was coming from the end and when they made mention of the NDC, I think the accusation was coming from the NDC's end. So I got the point and Sami Jamfiye press conference, you know, can say Omunipa and Kes or coalition you know. Because there's nothing happening. You are free, but electoral commission specifically that's 30 say parties now including even the NDC.
Yeah, projections no no. Difference are a war nipa mienu a woda soro no ntem no. 535,317.
And one no.
This is the election eye.
The difference between John Mahama and Akufo-Addo is
535,317. 317.
Sa vote na nipa kro no e dey Irene this year's election.
Yanka.
And 1 million no what's saying that Montem captain?
1 million no 535,000 no. 535,317.
One move back on. Until I'm busy picture and I am a no. Oh, say picture now, but it's a picture no.
It's no picture now,
The Election Eye.
But I'm share picture no.
We have you covered. This is Angel.
Eti say amenoka say 8 out of the
5 after the 8.
There be 8 out of the 16 regions naba.
Okay.
Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo awene 5 out of the 8 regions na abano. And afei His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And so I win 3 out of the 8 regions na abano. This is the Election Eye.
Election Eye. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. This is Angel. We have you covered.
Those of you on TV and on Facebook, and then we are asking who wins. Me Electoral Commissioner Mpacho. I am a broadcaster employed by ABN. Enipa wo to me so be tumi abeka say asemasi awini election na ye call ye no eye Jane Mensa. It's yen cry betumi aka say ane ye projections no kire say. But ono so beba no na ye adefofro. Say ya me no ka say call a friend to call a friend to call another friend and tell a friend to tell a friend to tell another friend.
That the difference is
this is the Election Eye.
The Election Eye.
All right. Okay, producer Kai. Within the next 10 seconds, ABN's projection for the 2020 presidential elections will be announced.
Captain, I didn't 10 na fe ya unsa ka 6 na fe ya de na tuga. What I say? Beba say nya you know regions no 2 be count they do 10. 6 aka no de yem fe no ma isi. Na ye no minister de make am be nkrofo shi se Judas. But still na no. Okay nya 2 no count they do 10 na sipo. Enti Jerry Home said make me da say what ya say. Enti no
wa fa the bag o kwa no no wa ba na kai.
Enti no ya new 10 ECD 2 no ba. ECD 2 no ba. Enti enchebia mame nkancho mo say wo de o mame copy na yemfa
Upper East region. Oh,
Upper East.
Say that's also 9.
Some years Upper East no ka mame more original EC boss no voice no. No be anti so one e kasa no video no so da.
Anti Fabric.
Anti no.
Upper East region NPP. 170,340. Pacho Shannon so say. Enye constituency biom ye bo region ni bom bam. Upper East region NPP 170,340. NDC 335,502. That is John Dramani Mahama. 335,502. GUM 3,100. CPP 879. GFP Ghana Freedom Party 832. GCPP 359. APC 919. LPG 868. PNC 2890. PPP 685. NDP 1017. NDP 1321.
Captain Mama see 8 number no should be na man for say yeah the one count is here 19 is here 19
and one no call well person lawyer and be lawyer be ham
oh
Debbie fast
it is all shop bunu see and another
Debbie say I would the question 9 no so
is aka one now do 10
said that say you 9 regions
9 mu no so no say one can there obi anya yo
9 no nanado I win 5 regions and John Dramani Mahama I win 4 regions.
Nice one. Ka one source one afi I say be pay you say oh on say one na be determine say na pay 5 no ya che ne pay na say obi a to aso kwa anima mo bi wa chire captain say dem chire but I ehu pa
29 minutes after midnight and this is still your election eye.
The Election Eye. We have you covered.
The Election Eye.
Ghana for USSA Captain Smart. You are killing us, so Fad, I am not killing anybody. I am not killing anybody. Debbie, Mantu Proxy. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, my production team, I can organize the election way at the Amameno. To the next 13 seconds, so count with me on Facebook. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do 10 seconds, Pepe. We'll post the projections. 5, 6. Pagwes, are you getting ready? Annette, are you getting ready? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Are you ready?
Jerry Transian Council.
Are you ready? 12, 13. Let's have the ABN 2020 presidential projected results.
Facebook.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 31 minutes after midnight. And on Facebook, we have 11.3 viewers and we present to you our projections. And we are not saying yeni tumia yadeka say we awene we elusi, but this is our projection for the 2020 presidential elections. The Electoral Commissioner of Ghana, Madam Jane Mensah, Mrs. She is the only and remains the only official person to declare the actual winner. We as a media house, yato abano, yakeka regions na abubum, your projection, no. Show it for the last time and then we go.
The Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered.
Isi maamino yenye nte se anadwia sesi ei obekasa. Eti maami Jane Mensah betimi aba beka cho say hey apeltena say obeto beka cho say mumfa say hunu so.
Ebeye point me say ebeye point 1 minus or plus.
And it's here and I say just say necessary etie
captain point 1
no it's
point 1 b
and upon pacho let me have the projection back. We told you sir each of the candidates in more than 6 million and from year projection yen chair winner. It is up to you at home to take the decision and we all wait for the commissioner Mami Jane Mensah to tell us everything. Eti men free Facebook no so yenko Mami Jane Mensah ho na afi yenko fa womo bompae na afi Dr. Bossman and a bompae deputy commissioner ni ntie di ombeka
to be able to advance the country's democracy and to also ensure transparency, fairness and integrity in our work. We commit the presentation into your hands. It's our prayer that at the end of the day, the presentation will make the necessary impact.
Prayers they go on ahead of the press briefing by the electoral chairperson.
This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you very much.
Invite your friends, call them, share the link.
We are privileged to have with us today the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mrs. Jane Mensah, flanked by the deputies, Dr. Bosman and Kasari, Deputy Chairman, Corporate Services, and to her right, Mrs. Hamletiti, Deputy Chairman, Operations. Madam Chair, we will go straight to the presentation. Respectfully, thank you very much.
Yeah, man,
Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered. The Election Eye. We have you covered. The Election Eye.
Yeah.
Eye. We have you.
Waba. To brief you on some issues that have arisen during the course of this evening. And I'm referring particularly to the Commission's inability to declare the results as planned at 5 p.m. today. I think the Commission had intended and had indicated its intention and willingness to declare the 2020 presidential election at 5 p.m. today. That is within 24 hours after the general election. However, we experienced quite a number of challenges making it difficult for us to fulfill this promise. And what had happened was the unexpected rain that occurred in many parts of the country yesterday resulted in a number of voting interrupted. And the result was this was that long after voting, some centers had to continue their voting, and this led to some delays with voting and the subsequent collation of results. Naturally, this had an impact on our plans in the sense that our officers could not collate the results and forward them to the appropriate locations.
The Election Eye. You covered. The Election Eye. The Election Eye. We have you covered.
It was difficult for officers to travel to the regional capital and to send the results there. So this led to some substantial delays, resulting in our receiving the results late. And this explains why the commission was not able to release and declare the results as promised at 5 p.m. today. It's important to emphasize that the process is ongoing. As we speak, the commission has received 14 out of the 16 regional results. We have the National Collation Center, where we've had representatives of the political parties since yesterday. We have 2 reps for each party, and they are working with our own staff. As the results come in, the party representatives review them against what they themselves have received from the regions. And once they are satisfied that the results that have come to us from the regions is a true reflection of what they have received, they then append their signatures to it before the results are brought to my attention. As returning officer of the 2020 presidential elections, I then certify these results. Out of the 14 results received, we have certified 7 to date. To this point, we believe that by the end of the evening, we would have certified the remaining social media platforms. We are expecting to receive activity early hours of citizens to visit our website, making up the 16 social media platforms. It will put us in a good place to declare the results. We also put the 7 results that we certified. It is important to note, and there may have been speculations of some attempts to manipulate the results. This is false. I think the process that we have is a very transparent and participatory process. And I think any interested Ghanaian is aware that at the polling station, we have the political party agents with our officials at the polling station. At the end of the election, at the polling station level, parties then count the results, they collate them, and they document them on the face of the pink sheets, the statement of poll. And the agents of the parties then sign on to this. From the polling station level, the results are sent to the constituency collation centers, again in the presence of the political party agents. And at the constituency collation centers, all the results coming in from the various polling stations are collated and put on the face of the pink sheet and signed on to by all the agents of the political party. This is a very transparent and participatory process and involves both the Electoral Commission's officials and the political parties. This year, we have introduced a new level of transparency and inclusiveness. And what we have done is to introduce a regional collation center. So unlike the previous elections where constituency collation results were sent straight to the National Collation Center here at the head office, constituency results are sent to the Regional Collation Center. And there also we have the full involvement of the representatives of the political parties. So what happens is that every region collates all the constituencies in that particular region. And therefore, if a region has 20 constituencies, you find on the regional collation sheet the summary, the details of 20 constituency results. Additionally, we also have the regional summary sheet, and you find a summary of 20 constituency results. And this also involves the political parties in the sense that they approve this, they verify the information that is transported onto the collation sheets at the regional level, and they append their signature to it. So this is the level of participation of the political parties, making it impossible for anybody to rig an election. And therefore, if there may have been speculations out there in the public space in the last few hours, we entreat the public to ignore it, because the political parties append their signatures to these, collation sheets, regional collation sheets, starting from the polling station to the constituency and then to the region before it is sent to the National Collation Center. At the National Collation Center, I believe some of you may have witnessed what happens there. We find you have the representatives of the political parties who, when the results come in from the regions, they review it and verify it against what they themselves have received from their own agents. And once they are happy with it, they append their signatures to it before it is brought to the office of the chairperson for certification. It is only after that that the results are projected on our website or shared with the general public. So this is the level of participation that we see. It is important to emphasize that this year the results are still coming in the good old fax way and by email. And so what we are getting is not just numbers coming through some transmission, but there are photographs and images of the pink sheets and the collation sheets. And so at the National Collation Center, the results that are coming in are the regional collation sheet and the regional summary sheet. All of them are signed by the agents of the political parties. And this is what we have, and this is what is presented to the political parties before certification by the chair. So we thought that it's important to express our regrets for our inability to organize the declaration at 5 p.m. as planned. This is what had happened, the unexpected rains and some of the challenges that we experienced as a result of the rain. And indeed, some challenges that had occurred at the collation center made it difficult for us to declare the results as expected. We are hoping that we are hoping that in the early hours of this morning we'll receive 2 additional results, and we'll thereafter be able to make the declaration sometime tomorrow. It's also important, in the past, the issue of parliamentary results was something that was declared at the constituency level. We've noticed that there's been some confusion about the number of seats in parliament, and we assure you that tomorrow we'll make this information available to you as to the number of seats in parliament, which party has which number of seats, how many independent candidates we have in parliament, to put the issue of the number of seats parties have in parliament to rest. We are collating this. Currently, the information is going out on our website, but this is some information that we'll share with you tomorrow so that we can put that matter to rest. We entreat you to ignore some of the speculations and allegations that have gone out. We can actually give you copies of the sheets as they come in from the Regional Collation Center. They are not numbers that come through a channel, as I mentioned, or through some transmission lines. They are just images and photographs of the signed collation sheets that come from the regions, and these are approved and signed by the political parties. So we thought that we should put this matter to rest and to allay the fears of the public of anything untoward happening. We have received 14 results from the regions. They are all at the National Collation Center. The Commission cannot certify these results, and it's important to note that the Commission cannot certify these results without, and of course the parties approve it, they take it round for them to look at, and once that process is satisfied, it comes up to the Commission. So it's a bottom-up approach where you have parties looking at it and approving it and comparing it to the information that they already have from their agents at that level. And it is after that it is brought to the Commission for certification and made public. So this is the process, and we thought that it would be important to highlight some of these processes to allay the fears of Ghanaians that anything untoward is happening. we entreat you. You are our media partners. Many of you have walked this journey with us, and you know this process very well. So we also entreat you that together with the Commission, let us educate the citizenry and share this information to those who may not be aware of it. Because I think the peace of this country should be paramount. And the truth is what should stand at the end of the day. And so we entreat you as partners who have walked this journey with us to highlight some of these issues and to inform the political parties about it. And maybe as a way of enabling you to see what happens, it may be important to share the pink sheets and put them on the website as they appear. What we've done now is to, try to take out the information and put it in templates. But I think this evening, the 7 sheets, the 7 results that have been declared, we will take those pink sheets, collation sheets, and also put them on the website so that it also provides you with some information as to how these things are come about. So we'd like to thank you very much for coming at short notice, and we look forward to engaging with you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, very well said. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, the floor is open, but just a few questions, maybe just about 2 of them. Just about 2 questions. In view of the time.
So,
it's past 12 minutes.
So I want to ask.
Okay.
Which time exactly will the declaration be?
Exactly.
Yes.
I think he's asked his question.
So, next time. Actually, it's linked, but you were saying tomorrow, and when I check my time, we are already in tomorrow. So, Madam Chair, for clarity, which tomorrow are you referring to? A Wednesday?
Tomorrow.
Or a Thursday?
Tomorrow.
Because today is past 12.
Okay, that's good to know. So I
Yes.
think Wednesday,
okay.
We are not able to give the exact time. I think that because you are on our platform, once the information goes out, we would share it with you, provide you with enough time for you to adequately participate.
I think your intervention has been quite plausible. So keep it up. And is there anything else we can get in terms of just the things you put on the platform with what you've just told us in highlight forms so that we can also share on other platforms as well? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, you did mention that so far 14 have been received, remaining 2. Are you able to clarify where these regions or which regions are these and why the results are not yet in? And then secondly, initially in the course of the day, we saw that the social media updates, but a lot of Ghanaians are asking questions. The results that are being published are just that of people or parliamentary candidates who have won. Why is that the case? Shouldn't all the data be represented for Ghanaians to appreciate how each candidate is performing? Why just the people winning constituencies being put out on social media?
Thank you very much. I think at the moment we have 14, but we have 2 regions, Bono East and the Northern region, whose results we are yet to receive. And I think that we've had some challenges, as you know, in Bono East, in Techiman, and this has left our staff a little apprehensive, and so there's a bit of tension in the environment, and so they are not able to move about freely, and this has resulted in the delays. We are hoping that they assured us that things have normalized, and we believe that we'll feel confident enough to move around, so we expect that we should get the results later on today. Additionally, in the Northern region, we had an instance where there was some challenge to some polling station where I think there had been one person and overvote by 1. And I think that one of the parties had requested, because there was an overvote by one, the whole election should be annulled. And that resulted in some discussions the whole day, so it also led to the delay. But I believe those issues have been resolved, and we hope that, as we have mentioned, later on today we should be able to have the full complement of the results. It's important that I think we try to inform the public about the process, that unlike the constituency results, which would come in at random. So if one can come in from Central, one can come in from Volta, one can come in from Uti. In this case, you have to have the results in its totality. And therefore, if you had 40 constituencies or 45 constituencies and one was delayed, you couldn't send us the regional collation sheet, because you are not sending us constituency results anymore. You are sending us regional the collation on the sheet. And once you have 45 and you have only one delay, it holds you back. While this is a more simplified process, because the commission is dealing with only 16 results that have gone through 3 processes: polling station, constituency, and regional. You may have the challenge of one constituency or one polling station in a constituency holding you back, and it may result in a delay because you are unable to then send your collation form and your summary sheet. So this is what had led to some of the delays. But as I mentioned, we hope that during the course of today we should be able to get the two regions. I think you also mentioned the information that we put out, that it's based on of candidates who have won. Usually the parliamentary is declared at the constituency level. I think this is the first time that we see that once it's declared, there's no issue and it's all dealt with down there. But it's something that we are working on. And I believe that apart from, we thought that immediately let's get the snapshots of those who have won in each constituency. But in addition to that, we have the candidates per each constituency, showing the percentage and the total number of votes they garnered, in that constituency, and that is also coming up. I believe that, by the close of day tomorrow, we should have a clear picture of all the parliamentary seats, the number of persons who contested, the results, the results they garnered, and the percentage, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Israel will join you. So in the past or in previous elections, the Electoral Commission has been able to project or determine or declare the results without necessarily having the full complement of the result from all the constituencies. From what you're telling us, it appears you have just about 2 constituencies outstanding. Why don't we go ahead, or can't you determine or declare the results without waiting for these 2 constituencies from the way you're putting?
There are 2 regions.
Okay, 2 regions. 2 regions with 2 constituencies that you're saying have issues.
We haven't received the regional reports. If it does happen that you have all, let's say, 15 regions, and then you have the 16th region with the constituency having an issue, it's a different thing. But at the moment, we haven't received results from 2 regions. Okay. We are expecting to receive that later on today.
Yeah, even though, from what you're telling us, these regions have received virtually all the constituencies except maybe 1 or 2. That's the point I'm making. That so if we're using the previous model, you probably would have been able to. You probably would have 273 constituencies to declare the results. That's what I'm saying. Do you really want to stick to the original plan of having the full complement of the region, where you have 273 and you can declare?
I think for that question, the commission has made it very clear that we will declare the results this morning. We will do our very best before the close. So this is today, so we'll do it. The two regions have, one has 18 constituencies and the other one has 11 constituencies, making, I think, 29 constituencies. When the time comes for the commission to declare, and let's say the one with 18 constituencies, 17 of them are ready, 16 of them are ready, and the other one with about 11, 10, or let's say 9 are ready. And we do the analysis and we realize that the remaining constituencies will not affect the outcome of the elections. Then what it means is that we'll go ahead and declare. And as a commission, we'll come back to revise the numbers once we have them available. And this is a standard thing which is done in elections. So that's what we are going to do. So as a commission, we are committed to declaring the results today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also to come to the end for this press briefing. Shall we see it? Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for a successful press briefing. Father, I want to thank you for the gift of life. Father, I want to thank you for a successful and peaceful election. We pray that you guard and protect us always. These and other blessings we ask in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. We pray with thanksgiving. Amen and amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Okay.